When I was 9 years old, 1999, I ran away from home. My father was a machinist and worked late nights, and my mother was my teacher. I was homeschooled and only knew these two people. My father was an abusive alcoholic and used to beat me, but never laid a hand on my mother. We lived in an underdeveloped business area in rural Alaska, miles from suburbia. It wasn't uncommon for business to start and tank within the same year, so when I left I found an abandoned building and decided to make my home there. I found a small broken window that led to the basement of a 4-story building and I broke in. There were signs that other people had come into this building before me, and me not really knowing how to talk to people had me very frightened. I explored for hours. The 3rd and 4th floor were in bad condition. There were holes in the walls, as if someone had come in and just smashed them. Broken chairs, tables, cabinets, all sorts of things. I found a room with a push lock on the door and decided to make my camp there. This was during a period where we only had sun for about 6 hours a day, so without natural light this building was pitch dark, and beyond freezing. In what I imagine was the middle of the night when I had dozed off, I heard glass shattering and the sound of a man screaming as if he was writhing in pain. It sounded as if he was breaking everything he could get his hands on. His voice seemed to split where he was screaming and wheezing as if it were two people. This terrified me. Even though I had the door locked and was on a different floor, I still worried for my safety. I flicked my lighter on and burned some manila folders to look around the room. I found a hole in the wall that was just big enough for me to fit in, so I dove in and crawled as far back as I could go. The man screamed for hours and wheezed. It sounded like he was being tortured, but he was the only one there. Eventually the screaming stopped. I heard his footsteps echo in the staircase between rooms. He made it to the floor I was on and it sounded as if he were dragging something behind him. He went into a different room and shattered some glass. He kept doing this for a while but never made a sound himself. I pissed myself in the wall, now terrified he'd punch through the wall of the next room and discover me. Eventually it was silent. For too long. I never heard him leave, and although I was tired I feared falling asleep, for if I snored he might discover me, and what would he do? After some quiet hours the doorknob to the room I was in shook. It shook a few more times, and then I heard a rattle. He took a key, placed it in the door and unlocked it. He stepped in and stayed silent for a few minutes. He left the room walking. Then he started running around in other rooms, and dragged something into the room adjacent to mine. Through the wall I could only hear a cracking sound. Then he started to chew very loudly and exclaim what he was eating was delicious. I didn't make a sound. I hadn't found any food in that building during my exploration, so he must have brought something in. "Would you like some?" he said in a hushed tone. I didn't respond. I imagined he was talking to himself. "Ever get the feeling you're being watched?" he laughed to himself. "I just know someone is here, haha," he rattled on while chewing and making that horrible cracking sound. "I'd really like a dinner guest sometime." I had a lump in my throat I could not swallow. I had to clear it so bad, but I feared what this guy would do if I did, so I stayed quiet. I was so utterly terrified and cold from all of the windows being smashed and being wet from my piss I almost cried. "I'm going to give you till the count of 5. I didn't dare move. 1. I closed my eyes so tightly. 2. He couldn't have known I was in here. 3. I didn't know about God at the time, but I believe I prayed to some sort of higher being. 4. I swallowed hard and took a deep breath. 5. And he went silent. There were no noises for a long time. It may have been an hour, but I am not sure. I nodded off from pure exhaustion, and when I woke up it was still pitch black. I startled to scuffle a little bit, totally forgetting where I was, and I froze when I realized. I didn't hear anything, so I waited for another few minutes, then left the wall. I exited the small hole and walked out of the room. The upstairs area was littered with drywall, glass, cigarette butts, alcohol cans and debris. I couldn't remember where the stairwell was to leave, so I had to explore all over again. I eventually ended up in the room where the man spent the majority of his time, and that's when it all clicked. The room was covered in shit and blood. A deer carcass had been ripped apart in the room, and its intestines draped all over it. They hung through ceiling tiles and over desks like a canopy. I only realized when I smacked my face into a piece of its organs strewn across the walls. Remember, it was pitch black. I lit some more folders on fire and looked across the room. The skull had teeth marks punctured into it, and the eyes and teeth had been thrown around the room. I didn't know what to make of any of this, so I broke down crying. I left the building and continued onward towards my home. When I arrived, my mother yelled at me for being gone for 3 days. She quickly stopped when she saw I was covered in blood. When I explained the story, my father sat down with me and explained that this is why he keeps us away from other people, because this is what they do. I was terrified of people and lived with my parents and did not speak to any other people besides the two of them until I was 20 years old, 2000, and moved out when my mother died, and my father told me I was never really his son. I've lived a very strange life. I am 27 now and live on my own in Alaska. This next one is a special one. As far as I can tell, it is the last of main taxi drivers' posts, and has yet to have been covered by anyone else. Drivers start quitting. I'm back in the driver's seat. It's different now. Cold. Empty. Lonely. Upgraded from Crown Vics to Fusions. The one I drive smells like bread and butter pickles. FML. Hashtag Hastka pickled taxi driver. Sunday night late shift. Central tells me to head to the new housing development across town. Marvel LN, believe it or not. Herder wears Thor.jpg. See a dude straight out of the Predator movie. Wife beater tank top. Shiny dog tags. Camo pants. Combat boots. Dude is standing in the middle of Marvel LN. Herder Capt America what.jpg. Not going fast enough to slam on brakes. Come a gentle, but boring stop. Let's call him Commando Joe. Commando Joe lifts his meat slab of an arm, as if to flag me down. Roll down window. You've got my attention, Chief. Hop in. This will end well. I begin picturing my obituary. Died in a Ford Fusion. FML. Commando Joe snaps to, and jogs to the passenger side of the car. Long pause. Roll his window down. It's unlocked. He nods. Opens the door. Gets in. Beautiful. So, where are we headed, bud? Smirnoff. Comrade Joe. Communist National Anthem. Wave. That's a brand, not a place. Engage hazards. Yes sir, I don't drink bud, sir. I'd like to purchase Smirnoff, sir. He replies after a moment of contemplation, I assume. Okay, 7-Eleven it is. I reply. Shut off hazards and turn around. My headlights pass over something bright white as I'm backing up. I only see the interior of the car light up with the glow of the headlights against whatever is so damn white. I'm twisted looking through the back window. Fucking Fusions. I have to untwist and sit to look forward. Whatever was there had gone. No bright light. Where did all that light come from? Commando Joe shrugs. I didn't see a light, sir. Can we go? Yes, I'm David by the way. I know, Sir David. I know. You underscore what underscore m8.jpg. Oh. Right. Central. Must have told him my name. You underscore what underscore m8.jpg. Oh. Right. Central. Must have told him my name. Shift into drive and head to the 7-Elevens just across the bridge. I calm down. Any plans for the holiday? I ask. No, yes I know. No. He replied, stumbling over the sir thing. Cool. Cool. Planning on watching Netflix? I reply. I like their Punisher show. He states very flatly. Yeah, Frank's pretty badass. I chuckle at myself. I'm cool like that. Something like that. He replied, again very flatly. The ride isn't far, it's just cold. Headlights hit the side of the store. Bright light again. Too bright for the usual midnight glow that faux granite gets. Turn headlights off. Geez. Sorry about that. I say, rubbing my eyes. Commando Joe gets out as soon as we're in park. I text Central to let them know that I'm stopped. Feel the need to piss. Wait. No Joe. Wait. Still no Joe. Fuck it, gotta piss. Shut car off, get out, lock up. Eyeballs are floating. Rush through the door and wibble to the bathroom, barely making it in time. Ah, that's brisk. So refreshing to piss. Wow. Washing my hands. Where is the red, white and berry? What? Don't dry hands. Rush out of bathroom. See Commando Joe laying on his stomach, slamming his fists into the dirty ass floor. Man baby. I look to the clerk. Clerk points to the phone. I hold up the 1-minute finger. He nods. Fuck, this place smells like burning baby food. Step up to Commando Joe. Hey, did you check the beer cave? I ask, pointing. His head picks up. He does this weird, push up, kneel, to on his feet thing. Just one fluid motion. Joe enters the cooler. I point to the cooler. Clerk nods. Oh, thank God. Joe returns with 6 bottles. The neck of each bottle pinched between his fingers. Russian Wolverine? Clerk looks to me. I nod. Joe produces a purple credit card. Never seen the logo before, a golden Y with lines through it. I nod. Joe produces a purple credit card. Never seen the logo before, a golden Y with lines through it. We get back into the fusion. I close my eyes before turning the headlights on. But no bright light this time. I peek with my right eye. I relax and look over to Joe. Joe tucks the paper bags down onto the floorboard between his boots. Paper bag law, no more plastic bags. Horrendous fucking noises. Back to Marvel LN, David. He lifts his gaze from the floor to straight ahead. It's like he's seeing some other place, and he's focused on something. Back to the ranch, bud? I ask. No sir, I've got Smirnoff. He replies. Ha 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 ha, everyone's a fucking comedian. Am I taking you home? I'm a bit impatient now. Yes. Do you mind if I roll the window down? He asks. Nah, but there's no smoking allowed. State law. I warn. No sir, I just like the smell of the river. He flatly replied, almost like a pre-recorded message. I nod. He doesn't look. His finger just finds the button and the window goes down. Sure enough, the river has a very clean smell to it. This time of year the waters from Allagash and the Northwoods flow freely down to the sea. Joe's eyes flutter, and close. It's a long bridge, long enough to get bored of being on it. But not California long. He turns toward the window, places his hands on the door, and takes in as many deep breaths as he can. Rapid inhale and exhale. Whoa. Are you okay? Yes sir, I just love the smell, it's so clean. Okay, but sit the fuck down. No jumping. I warn. He doesn't reply. As soon as the front wheels touch asphalt, Joe's ass plants back in the seat and he's rolling up the window before the back tire hits that same tar. Well, at least he won't pull a Rover and eat blacktop as a result of leaning out the window. We arrive at Marvel LN. Joe doesn't get out. Which place is yours? I ask. He points to a prefab that's painted up with lady colors. Which place is yours? I ask. He points to a prefab that's painted up with lady colors. Oh, Mama's little soldier. The driveway is gravel, but it's marked with orange-tipped stakes to direct the plowman. The smell of burning baby food again. Did we bring the 7-Eleven's clerk with us? I look over to Joe, who's looking intently at the furthest window from my headlights. My eyes follow the invisible dotted line from his eyes to that window. As my eyes hit the window, I feel tears begin to well up in them. There's so much grief washing over me. I feel tears rushing down my cheeks. I'm not crying, I'm bawling. Snot. Tears. Phlegm. The whole works. My vision is locked, and my hands are nailed to the steering wheel. I can see fog building up in front of the car. It's what made the lights of the car so bright before. It's the same light. I can't look away. My eyes hurt so fucking bad. It's too fucking bright. And then I see it. A handprint forming on the hood of the car. My eyes feel like they're in an easy bake oven. I peel my hands from the steering wheel, and force my eyelids shut with my fingers. My palms mash against my eyes, desperately trying to hydrate my vision raisins. Thump. Thump 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 thump. The sound of someone banging their fist on the hood of this fucking Fusion. I can't open my eyes, they hurt so much. All this sadness is suddenly washed away by the dread that's filling me like the piss earlier. Joe is silent. Unmoving. I can't even hear him breathing. I'm pushing tears out of my eyes, while trying to get my eyes wet. What a fucking predicament. The thumping starts up again. My eyes don't sting so much, so I lower my hands and look. It's all blurry, I snot, tears, and all that blinding light left me with Mr. Mago vision. I can see that there's a person dressed in flickering orange and white banging on the hood. I slap my hand on the horn. I can see that there's a person dressed in flickering orange and white banging on the hood. I slap my hand on the horn. Cut it out. I shout as if that'll do anything. The thumping stops as soon as beep the horn. I reach up and rub my eyes again. Ka-thunk. Something slams against my door. The car rocks. I peel my hands back, and there's a woman dressed in orange, with a white hat on. But her hair is floating, like she's underwater. She doesn't blink, and there's no expression. She's just blank. I feel something slap against my lap. This is no time for a handy Joe. But it's the company phone. I look back to the window and the woman is gone. Water running down the window like it just stopped pouring. Joe gets out. He's gathering his bags, and points to the phone. Paid up, David. You get on out of here, before she comes back. He says, looking at that window. I know not to look. He used the square on my phone to process the ride, and tipped me. Nothing worth this shit though. He shuts the door. As he crosses the front of the car, I notice the hand and fist prints are outlined with beads of water. That fog begins to build up again. I shift into reverse and kick up a bit of dust as I rip shit out of that driveway. The dust curls around the front of the car, but I see her in the dust. Her shape. No legs. I feel like I'm about to cry again. No 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 cat. Wave. Dust kicks up again as I shift into drive and gun it back down Marvel LN. I stop at the end of the street. I close my eyes, and focus on exhaling. What the fuck? I go to text Central that I'm clear and done for the night, when I notice that I was a half an hour in that driveway. I text Central. Fuck you, I'm going to bed. Get a kissy face in return. Fucking millennials. Process the transaction, and that golden Y with the lines through it shows up on the screen with Walmart sunbeams around it. It blinks 3 times before vanishing, and doubling my tip. Next night, mechanic asks me how I managed to soak the air intake filter. Car still smells like bread and butter pickles. FML. Okay guys, This happened to me last night and I haven't been able to sleep since. I was hesitant to post about it on /x/ because I've been looking for some sort of explanation or something, trying to see what it was I saw outside now that it's light out, but I cannot and it's scaring the shit out of me. I usually just frequent /b//mu/ so excuse me if this is something you guys have some explanation for already. Please just tell me there's a realistic explanation for this and that what happened is common. I'm fucking terrified. Get home from work. It's almost midnight. When the door opens, the home security thing does a high-pitched beep 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 chime. In my kitchen eating a late dinner before going to bed. Hear a door open and then the home thing go beep beep beep, but it definitely sounds like it came from outside. I'm sitting right by the back door, so I go check the front door. The front door has a screen door, a wood door that leads to a small entry room, then a second door inside that leads up the stairs into the house. These are loud-ass old doors. Did not hear screen door open, did not hear main door close, did not hear second door open. The door is still double locked, no other doors are opened, nobody is standing outside. Okay, maybe it was the neighbor's door, maybe they have the same system. Hear it again, sounds like it's coming from outside the front of the house. Look out the window. Looks like a deer is crawling on the yard with its belly to the ground. Stands up on its back legs. Makes the door opening / beeping sound with its head raised up to the air. It is not a deer. It looks like a guy with deer legs, too dark to see what the fuck is going on. I am whoom. What _ fuck.gif. I am whoom. Sounds like a dog barking I'm home while trying to vomit. Starts galloping away across the street. Beep beep beep. Starts shaking. It's raining out at the time, the thing opens its mouth and holds its head up. Thing starts digging furiously at the grass across the street with its front arms / legs / things. Puts head near the hole, like it's looking inside. Keeps walking down street. Beep beep beep. I am whoom. Puts head back to drink rain. Digs at ground. Keeps doing this down the block before galloping away down Division away from the city. I do not live in a rural area, the deer population typically stays down towards Melrose Park off of Thatcher by the river. I live just outside of Chicago, literally a block west of the city limits. I have never seen anything like this or heard of anything like this. I am fucking shitting myself right now. I was going to post this story on /b/ but I avoid /b/ like the plague unless I'm bored. It's summertime and I just get memed on left and right, and this seems more paranormal than anything else. I've been googling for similar stories and trying to find some sort of typical scientific explanation for this sort of thing, but I can't even find any sort of similar story. My instinct is crazy homeless guy, but its legs bent back like a deer's, it was not built like a human being, and it was definitely not wearing clothes and looked like it had a full body of fur. I don't use drugs, I was not tired, I was 100% lucid and I'm fucking horrified. Please say there is a common explanation for shit like this. Not personal stories, but stories I've heard. Story 1. When I was a child of elementary school age, I would stay at my grandma's house every weekend. It was my absolute favorite place to be as a kid because, to me, it always seemed completely steeped in strangeness. Grandma R was a weird, sweet lady who was incredibly spiritual and dabbled in Wicca every so often. I remember she used to do things like wash my hair in rainwater and chant to the full moon. My mom thought she was completely mental, but I loved her and loved staying with her because it made me feel magical. Her house was huge and fairly old, probably around 150 years. I always heard strange noises at night, a child laughing, little footsteps, creaks on the stairs, etc. I was never afraid, though. I never felt threatened by these particular spirits. They seemed innocent and never bothered me, so I paid them the same respect. I grew accustomed to the nighttime sounds as I grew older and even liked hearing them after a while. Both Grandma and I talked about the ghosts and how cool it was that we were able to experience them firsthand like this. One night, though, I had an experience that wasn't so pleasant. I woke up really late at night and had to pee. The upstairs was in a U-shape: guest room, my grandma's room, and then the bathroom. I was never particularly afraid of the dark or anything, so I never had a problem getting up and using the restroom at night. So I quietly opened my door and started walking toward the bathroom. After a few steps I started to feel super chilly and like there was someone following me. The vibes I got weren't good whatsoever, which was unusual. I suddenly started to get really terrified. My heart was beating out of my chest, but I tried to keep my cool and continued to walk steadily toward the bathroom. I finally got there and opened the door. On the inside of the bathroom door there was a full-length mirror. Before I walked into the room, I held my breath and looked into the mirror to see if I could catch a glimpse of what I felt like was following me. A few feet behind me there was an impossibly dark and fuzzy shadow, sort of in the shape of a cloak, and an extremely pale, expressionless face peering out of it. It felt menacing and angry and I almost blacked out. I slammed the door as hard as I could and locked it, turning all of the lights on in the bathroom and running the water. I stayed in there for the better part of an hour. When I finally got up the courage to leave, I ran to my grandma's bedroom and slept the rest of the night with her. I never saw the figure again, but I dream about it sometimes, and it still completely terrifies me. Story 2. I am a police officer and I work in a very small town in England with a population of less than 4,000. Because this town has such a small number of people, they also have a low crime rate and do not need to be open 24/7, plus, we don't have enough workers for that. We close the doors at 8 p.m. but continue to take calls after that. This happened around late 2011. 3 workers and I were preparing to lock the doors. We were putting away files etc. and I was just cleaning up a bit. I went outside to throw away the garbage while my other workers were in the storage room. When I came back, there was a boy sitting on the couch. He looked about 11 and had blonde hair and was drawing something on a piece of paper. He did not seem dangerous, nor did it look like he was doing suspicious. I was sure I left without a person in there, and I was positive that none of my workers had children. Not wanting to alarm the boy by calling him out or calling my workers, they wouldn't hear me anyway. The storage room is basically the basement. I just slowly walked towards him and looked over his shoulder to see what he was drawing. He was drawing perfect circles all over the page. Weird, I thought. But at that time I did not think too much of it. I'm not over-exaggerating when I say perfect circles, by the way. They were like the ones I needed to use a drawing compass to achieve. I figured the boy was lost. Because I am not from the town I work in, I would not know whether he was from there or not. Instead, I lightly coughed, asking him what he was doing here. He looked up at me and just said hiding and continued to draw his circles. Feeling a bit creeped out, I stepped back to get my partners while continuing to talk to him, a technique I was taught, and I think I said something like, "Those are great circles," and I remember his reply perfectly, "Steady hands." I ran to the basement and shouted for my partners. They were putting away some files and asked me what was wrong. I was about to tell them that there was an odd boy upstairs when one of them was in the process of putting away a picture of what looked a lot like the boy. I asked to see the picture and I had been right. It was exactly the same boy. I was not crazy, even though at that time I was extremely skeptical, but one of my talents are remembering and recognizing faces. This had to be the boy. It turned out to be a wanted picture and I asked the backstory of him. He was so young to be a criminal. Jason, one of my partners, told me that the town called this the Case Zero and it had to be abandoned 25 years ago because they never found the boy, Alder Buckley, who was only 11 years old when he killed his parents and little sister. Just with one bullet. Story 3. My girlfriend and I just started our adult lives by moving in together. I'm 20, and she's 19. One night we had fallen asleep out in the living room while watching a movie on the couch. I heard something coming from the bathroom in our master bedroom, almost like something had fallen out of the medicine cabinet. I woke my girlfriend up as I got up from the couch. She looked up at me and smiled. "Where you going, babe?" she said sleepily. I told her I might have heard something, that it was probably nothing, and I just wanted to check on it, and she nodded and dozed back off. She had looked a little off. A little pale, a little sick. That entire situation was just weird. She wasn't usually one to be so happy to be woken up. I shrugged it off and continued to the bedroom with caution, unaware of what had made the noise. When I opened the door and turned on the lights, my heart sank to my feet. There laid my girlfriend, sleeping peacefully in our bed. I tore the covers off of her. She sat up and cursed me. It was something along the lines of, "What the fuck are you doing? Why are the lights on? Can't you see I'm sleeping?" I explained the situation, and she irritably explained that she woke up early in the morning and moved to the bed because it was more comfortable. She shrugged it off, saying I was probably dreaming, and imagined her with me on the couch when I first got off. But it was so vivid. And that didn't explain the noise I heard from her room. To this day I have no idea what happened that night, or who was with me on that couch, but I know what I saw, and I know it was real. I have a pretty creepy story. B23. Be in military. Working an hour from where I lived, so a nice morning commute at 5:30. Always stop at same gas station on way to work because awesome coffee. This day no different. Gas station is in an isolated part of Washington state. Trees and nature all around, no civilization for miles. Walk in to get coffee and notice a guy in the back of the store with his back to me, wearing an old black hat with a full brim and a long tan raincoat. Middle of the summer and it wasn't raining, so I thought he was weird but didn't think much of it. Fill my cup, pay, leave to continue on my journey. Greater than 5 minutes down the road, weird shit starts happening. Radio starts playing static on every station and my head unit starts flickering. All of a sudden all the electronics in my car turn off. Car shuts off on its own. Roll to a stop along the side of the road in the middle of nowhere. Flashers, lights, nothing works, car won't start, etc. Go to call a tow truck and call my boss, phone doesn't work. Start to get out of the car to look under the hood when I see the same man from the store in the tree lean back to me the same way he was. I freeze, unable to move. Finally snap out of it and jump back in my car, have a panic attack praying to every god I've ever heard of. Look back to the woods, figure is gone and my car and all electronics come back suddenly. Called my boss freaking out, he tells me to not come in and go to medical. Still freaks me out thinking about it. Branch and Mose, U.S. Army 11B 25th ID here. I got a story, short and not that scary, but it's something. Be me 18, rookie soldier. Doing fucking night training exercise. Hate this shit. We're all eating shitty MREs. See some orbs of light. They're moving around these palm trees, really fast. We stare at them for like 2 minutes. Grab our rifles and start walking over to investigate. Could be some fucking kids who escaped on base. All of a sudden orbs shoot up into the sky. Really fast too, like a fucking blink. Don't know what it was. Navy, sonar technician submarines Po 2 USS Michigan here. I have a creepy light story too. This one happened over the summer. Buddy of mine lives right down the street from my house. His mom is a very nice lady, but reads too many alien articles on the internet and thinks all of them are a fact. Walking to his house one day, about an hour of sunlight left in the day. Looking around and enjoying the evening when I look up in the sky and see strange light. Light was a dark orange/red, very bright like magnesium burning. Light was way up in the sky, traveling quickly with a streak from left to right. Suddenly light splits into 4 separate lights and vanishes. No sounds, smoke trails, or anything. Just disappears. Don't mention it to my buddy because it'll egg on his mom to thinking aliens are going to save us from the government blah blah blah. Couple days later I go to text my buddy and see if he wants to go to the gym with me. No reply. Don't hear from him for almost a month. Tells me like 3 months later his mom had a psychotic breakdown saying aliens grabbed her and conducted experiments on her. Tried to have the house exorcised, started banging on neighbors' houses at 2 a.m, just weird shit. She went completely off the fucking deep end just a couple weeks after I saw those lights. Definitely can't be a coincidence. She ended up in the psych ward for a few weeks, they released her. Then in like November she freaked out again and was back there until January. She seems okay now but shit was crazy. Stationed at Schofield ATM, and there's stories of how these 2 MPs for some reason made a suicide pact and to do it at a certain time. One of them chickened out and he called the other guy, and that dude kept egging him on not to pussy out and kill himself. So the dude eventually called on some other guys to stop the other MP killing himself. They found M at the security booth with a gunshot wound to the head. What is really freaky is his time of death was determined to have been at least 15 minutes before the phone call. It could be wrong, but at the same time something strange might have went on. Fucking scary because the story is true about the MP killing himself. When I was 8 to 9 I lived in a really creepy house with my parents who frequently left me home alone for a day or 2 at a time. Always heard freaky shit coming from downstairs, but one night I awoke and heard a woman's voice calling my name. Little to no light since the way my house was set up, the upstairs hallway lights wouldn't reach downstairs. Knowing full well that something is seriously wrong with my mom being downstairs at 2 to 3 at night, I decide to call out to her, "Mom, are you down there?" The reply sounded like someone was trying to imitate my mom, but they had trouble with the cadence of the words. "Alex, I need your help. Help me." Every little fiber in my body was telling me to not fucking go downstairs, but I walked halfway down to the landing. Diagonally across from me in the living room I noticed a figure in the corner even blacker than the downstairs was on its own. Immediately I knew it wasn't my mom, because whatever this was probably a head and a half taller than her. "Nope, nope, nope, nope. Over here, Alex, I have something to show you." This time the voice was of a little girl and it took a step forward. Sprint up the stairs into my room and turn on the lights. All of the lights shut out as I hear a pounding up the stairs. My door has no lock. Under the bed we go. As it opened the door I got on the floor, then I reread every first letter of this post. It says walk the dinosaur, by the way. I suck at green texting, but here it goes. Live in small house for few years when I was young. I was probably around 5 when we first moved in. Always got the chills in the basement. I never liked being alone down there. I always felt like I was being watched. My sister said she would hear voices down there, so some nights she would come upstairs and sleep on the couch. One day my sister and I find a corn pipe and other weird stuff in some drawers down there. Guess an old man died in that house a little while before we moved in. I was child, so I thought the feeling of being alone in the basement was normal. As time went past, friend's dad fixes up houses and they bought it years later. Tell friend about the uneasiness I'd get from the basement. Friend has a shocked look on his face. I guess they were tearing the floors out and you could see into the basement. One day his grandpa was working on the house alone upstairs. Looks down in the basement, sees a figure of a man walking around in the basement. He thought it was his son, so he yelled out for his name. He soon realized it wasn't as soon as he saw the face of an old man looking at him. Books it out of there as fast as he could, didn't even bother shutting the door. Greater than 2 years ago. Be tall, /fit /guy looking for a job. Get hired as a night security guard at Stony Brook University. If you don't know the university, you probably don't. they have this one building in the library that houses some very important documents that nobody can even look at without a warrant. There's only one way to get in, all I have to do is guard that spot and make sure nobody gets in. Pays $50,000 a year. Not bad. This story is about my very first night on the job. I had to come in earlier than my shift started for a tour/training routine. It was 5 o'clock. It was me, the guy who hired me, the caretaker? Not sure what to call him, and one other employee. The guy who hired me is just barely elderly, I'm guessing in his late 40s. He was balding just slightly and had a big bushy mustache like some turn-of-the-century character. And the other employee looks a lot like me, tall and built, in his mid-20s, standard young guy looking for work type. The caretaker basically tells me the layout of the work, which as you know wasn't much. Guard my post, respond to any strange noises or movement, and don't fall asleep. He laughed at his own joke. He also showed me all the locked closets where there were extra equipment, lights, bats, mace, etc. He then said he was going home and asked my co-worker to keep showing me around. Me and the co-worker walked around my post, him telling that this was basically the easiest job in the world and he mostly plays video games and hangs out on Facebook during his shifts. He told me there's a folder on the computers with a crap ton of video games on it that's hidden under the name Security Brothers. He tells me good luck, and don't fall asleep, because there are cameras. My shift started at 9 o'clock. Sure enough, the job was as easy as it sounded. I found the folder with the games and found their copy of Counter-Strike, fuck yeah, and played that, checked Facebook, browsed/x/ for a little bit, basically what I'd be doing at home on a Wednesday night. Not bad. I was fading though. I guess they weren't joking about falling asleep, I didn't think it would happen this easily. 11 o'clock I heard something. What the fuck was it? It sounded like a human grunting, but strangely loud. It was echoing from downstairs. I grabbed a flashlight, a bat, a taser, and mace. Someone was in trouble. I walked downstairs toward the source. I heard it again. Louder this time. More of a yelp. My stomach dropped. I could feel my heart beating. It gets worse, though. When I heard it a third time, I noticed something oddly familiar about the sound of it. No way. Ugh. It sounded like my voice. Not just like me, almost identical. Like someone was deliberately trying to impersonate me yelling. I was on the ground floor now, looking around for where the fuck this sound was coming from. I heard it again. It was coming from this long, dark corridor behind the reference desks. I walked, slowly, very slowly, down the corridor. My flashlight was on the entire time. I saw at the end there was just a wall, but a place to turn left. When I reached the wall, I saw a set of concrete stairs that led down to a door that looked like it had been smashed open. Some basement-looking room. My heart was pounding. I walked slowly down the stairs, gripping my bat in the holster as tightly as I could. My other hand was on the flashlight, my only source of light at this point. I saw a digital combo lock on the ground near the door, looking like it had been busted off. Hello. I tried to yell it. Believe me, I did. I tried to make it this tough, commanding voice. But all that came out was this squeaky, nervous utterance that you'd probably laugh at if you heard it. I shined my flashlight around the room. It was almost entirely barren. Just concrete walls. There was a refrigerator, a small laboratory-style table, and a cage. A fucking metal, zoo animal kind of cage. What the fucking holy fuck? The door of the cage was wide open. A big metal lock lay on the floor, broken. On the side of the cage, there was a little plaque with a number sequence on it, 297351. The table was empty, except for a small, business envelope with 2 numbers written on it in pen. 297351 and 922801. I grabbed the envelope. I didn't know why. I ripped it open. I wanted some kind of answer, some remote explanation for what the fuck I was looking at, and possibly what the fuck I had heard. The only thing that shook out of the envelope was a small USB drive that I put in my pocket. I heard a loud banging sound from up the stairs. I bolted up the stairs and ran down the corridor back to the reference desks. I heard footsteps. Fast footsteps. Loud, running, barefoot footsteps. The sound of skin smacking against the stone floors of the library's main hallway. A door being swung open. Then silence. I ran back up to my post. I sat there with the bat tightly clutched in my hand until 5 a.m. The next day, my mind was racing. I hadn't slept since that night. I was sitting alone in my bedroom, just staring at that USB drive. Answers. I put it in my computer, ready for my mind to be brutally fucked by whatever I was about to see. There was one file on the stick. An AVI file. 297351922801.avi. I loaded it up. This is exactly what I saw. There were 3 figures sitting up against a white wall, on some kind of green bench that looked like it was out of a doctor's waiting room. The caretaker, a younger looking woman, and something. I can't explain it exactly. It was naked. Some weird, gangly humanoid thing. Its limbs were long and thin, its torso disproportionately small. Its head was kind of bulbous. There were no facial features except 2 wrinkly looking pinches of skin that looked kind of like eyes. The caretaker speaks. He says nothing except for a long string of numbers. Some kind of code, maybe. He turns to the woman and nods. He holds up a playing card in his hand. And she looks at I intently. Slowly, the card lifts into the air out of his hand, and glides toward her mouth. He smiles at the camera, then turns back toward her and hands her a $100 bill. The woman and the thing switch places, so that it's now sitting next to my boss. He looks at the creature intently and smiles. And then, slowly, it starts to change. The eye wrinkles move apart and form eyes, the arms shrink, a nose and mouth form out of skin, the legs shrink, the torso gets bigger. Soon, I'm looking at my boss, and what is literally a naked version of him sitting directly beside him. My boss smiles at the camera, and says one. My naked boss does the same thing, looking at the camera, smiling and saying "Will-yo-yo-yo-on." I can't explain it other than like a mentally retarded kid trying to talk, but with his tone of voice sounding just like my boss. He says another string of numbers, and the video ends. I thought about starting a thread about an experience that happened to me the night before last, but I figured this is the best place to post it. To be honest, I don't really know what to make of it. This is the first time anything legitimately spooky has happened to me in the house I live in now. I've lived here for a little over a year now. It was around 11:30 on the 11th, and I was cleaning up the living room. I had some friends over and everything was kind of a mess. My dog was chilling on the couch with me, and I just turned off the TV to start getting ready for bed. I planned to study for a bit in my bedroom before going to sleep. I live in the middle of nowhere, so I'm generally pretty relaxed as far as worrying about intruders etc., or much of anything. My road doesn't have a sign and is an eerie dead-end road anyway, so people usually tend to be spooked out by it and stay away. There's a few old abandoned barns, etc., an old church. So I'm pretty relaxed, just cleaning up before going to bed. After taking the dog outside, I start to walk down the hallway, with him next to me. At the end of the hallway is the door to my spare room. I don't have a lot of stuff, so all that's in it is my dog's kennel and an old table I use to draw on sometimes. For whatever reason, the door is open. I usually keep it closed, but didn't think much of it. All of the other lights in the house are off at this point, save for the dim yellow light of my lamp post outside. As I'm looking into the darkness of the room as I walk down the hall, suddenly a ball of light literally comes out of fucking nowhere above my dog's kennel. Definitely not coming from outside, but a hovering ball of light just above the kennel. The best way to describe it would to be a ball of lightning. It was bright white in the center, and otherwise was a glowing blue. It was so bright it illuminated both objects in the room. I could see the kennel and the table nearly perfectly. The light lasted about 3 to 4 seconds, long enough to figure out I was fucking scared. It kinda swayed back and forth a couple of times in that span before flickering out completely. I was so stunned, I just kinda looked down at my dog for affirmation, and he gave me the sort of "yeah, I saw that shit too" look. The hair on the back of his neck was raised and he growled and barked a bit before darting into my bedroom. What weirds me out more is that there is nothing electrical in that room. The area where the light was hovering, a few inches above the dog kennel and about a foot away from the table, is by a closet that also has nothing in it. I pretty much had to pretend it didn't happen in order to get some sleep, but my dog paced back and forth for most of the night. Pretty much the most uneasy I've ever felt here before. This happened when I was a teenager, 8 years ago. My family owns a farm in a region of Canada called the Laurentide, which is geologically wise one of the oldest in the world. So while it is moderately inhabited, its forests are very old and fairly large. Our farm itself is at least a century old and was farmed by at least 3 generations before my grandpa, who is already pretty old himself. The context is that after checking some maps he realized his lot extended a little farther than he thought and saw that he had been paying agricultural taxes on a strip of woods about 50 meters wide and 300 meters long that he thought didn't belong to him. After realizing that, he decided to clear the space of trees and till the land for future use since he's paying for it anyway. Over the next winter we lumber the area, with a backhoe and chainsaws. In a few weeks we do a good job of removing most large trees. One day, while uprooting a tree with the backhoe, my grandpa unearthed some red stones that look like a circular structure, which stands out because underground in those fields the only things are clay and standalone rocks. We are curious and dig around it for fun, showing a structure that looks like a 5x5 meters circle. The outside of the bricks is noticeably different than the side that faced the inside of the structure. We talked a lot over lunch breaks of what that could be. My grandpa says that the line where the field ends has been the same since the first owners and no one ever built anything past the woods line. So it is either a natural feature or it is a building that predates colonization, which was pretty recent in this remote region. Work has to keep going, so we leave the structure in the open air over the next days and keep working. We pile up good trunks to be made into pickets for fences, which can fetch a decent price. My grandpa decides to stop the work for this year as spring is coming and we have our usual tasks that take priority, so the pickets stay in their piles to dry over the season. Over the next months we never go there as it is far from the house and we have no business at that end of the property. One morning at the beginning of the summer we come with the tractor to pick up a pile of pickets in the semi-cleared area. As of now it is devoid of tall trees but still covered with small diameter trees and growing shrubs. My grandpa is driving the tractor and I am sitting in the cabin too. We are following the wood line to swerve in at the spot where the pile we want is located. There is a strange smell in the air that we notice at the same time, and it keeps intensifying. I can't really describe it since I haven't smelled it before or since, but I know I would recognize it immediately if I encountered it again. It definitely smelled animal, with traces of what I'd expect the breath of a vulture to smell like, and it was very strong. I wondered if it could be a cougar, which are rumored to roam through the region once every few years. But I don't know why it would smell like that, and my grandpa seems much more nervous than me, which is soon contagious. He tells me to take the wheel as he opens the side door to look out. I see that he's tensing up as he sniffs the air and looks left to right. Then he jolts and says, "Keep driving straight." He reaches for the beat-up 870 Wingmaster he keeps in the tractor loaded with target loads. He points it out the window. At that point I am not that worried, as this kind of situation happens fairly regularly with coyotes, where we start an impromptu hunt in the middle of the workday. But I can tell something is off now. He quickly cycles out all the target loads and puts in some BBS loads that he keeps next to the gun. He shouts, "Keep driving straight. Don't look." I obey more because the ground is bumpy and I can't take my eyes off the front very long than because I want to, and I don't understand why I couldn't look. I've seen him shoot coyotes and wild dogs before. I try to peek and he sees me from the corner of his eyes. My face suddenly hurts and I feel dizzy as he shouts in a panicked voice, "Don't look," and I realize my grandpa has just backhanded me. He's never hit me before, even when I was a kid. I feel like my eyes are watering, but I don't want to be a stick bundle and I tense my jaw and look ahead through my wet eyes. I keep staring in front as I drive, even as he shoots the gun empty, and then adds more manually and shoots them right away. He says, "Drive home," as he keeps pointing at the forest. He only eases down halfway to home, and I ask what happened. Sometimes, when I ask about the war, he indulges me and speaks about it a little, and then makes a face that means it is enough and he won't speak anymore, and I know not to press the subject. He is making that face now. He remains silent till we arrive home. In the house, he just goes to the pantry, pours a big glass of liquor, I couldn't tell an alcohol from another back then, and sits in front of the TV. We didn't go back to work that day. He would get up sometimes and refill his glass. I just hung out helping my grandma around the house while he watched TV. He didn't join us for lunch. The following day we went back to our regular duties, but we never finished to clear the strip of land. We never even went back for the pickets. Today the area is completely overgrown and is on its way to looking like the rest of the woods. We kept working the land all the way to the woods, but never doing any work past the ditch that separated the field from the forest. I was always nervous when I hoed the fields and got near there. I started working on the family farm less and less as I went to university and got a job, and when I visited I never mustered up the courage to ask about what happened, although I knew I must. I know my grandma worried about his drinking in what I now know were his last years. He died 2 years ago before I got around to talking about it. My cousin hunted there and he told me some red rocks are still visible. I wish I had pictures. I will take some next time I go there, and post it in the next creepy story thread. I still haven't gone back there. It doesn't prove much, but maybe some geologist or archaeologist anon can tell me something about it. It would be a weight off my back. As a kid I was riding alone in back of our truck coming back from hunting in NAT forest/mixed land. Parent/guardian driving in cab. Looked back about 75-120 m on left, what I can only explain as a bundle of rags blowing in the trees behind us. Weird. We take right turn at T intersection. Bundle of rags, I should say about 40 feet up, follows. I pull my orange mailman Ushanks over eyes for rest of trip because 7-year-old logic. Forgot story. Remembered story several years ago in same woods. Immediately was fucking done. Sketchy thing is, close to there on the opposite side of the country road there's what's rumored to be a Native American burial/other site. Never felt anything strange in that area, strangely quite peaceful before and after I found out what might be there. On the other hand, same land I talked about earlier, see/hear weird shit every time with no background on the area. Being someone who's grown up in a few old houses, I'm no stranger nor am I uncomfortable with weird unexplainable shit in old places. Aforementioned land is the only place, however, that's ever made me uncomfortable. Only when I'm alone. Like, in the weird way that someone out of your FOV looks at you, and you somehow turn and look them right in the eyes and they avert gaze immediately. That fucking shit. Okay, I've got some OC here for you. Kinda short story, not all that terrifying, just weird and explainable. Be me, 15 or so at the time. Hanging out with my friend Zach, 14, and my sister's boyfriend Doc, 19. There's an abandoned paper mill on the edge of town and it's pretty cool. We break in and look around, find a bunch of neat old stuff. Do this every now and then for the next couple months. The mill is made up of like 3 wings. It's kind of like a square U shape when seen from above and has one side building which you have to walk across the service road to get to. After thoroughly investigating the mill, we decide to go and check out the side building. We go in and it's 2.5 stories with assorted junk laying around. We walk up the graded stairs to the 2nd floor and then up to the top floor. I noticed a ladder in the middle of the floor extending to a hatch in the ceiling. We sit around in old office chairs left when it was abandoned. Play cards and smoke cheap cigars that Doc bought us. I climb the ladder and try to open the hatch, but it weighs like 250 pounds and is like 5 inches thick. The thing was on springs or something cause it was perpetually open about an inch. Go back down the ladder and say whatever. About 20 minutes into poker and cigars, we notice skittering sounds on the roof and we start to see shadows through cracks in the side of the corrugated steel where the walls meet. We all assume that it's a squirrel. Greater than 5 minutes later the shit gets louder. We all assume it's a raccoon. Greater than 5 minutes later all of a sudden we hear a huge scraping sound like a rake over gravel and then the hatch blows open and slams shut fucking hard. Shit's loud. We all nope the fuck out and run out of the building. We run away and I never saw it, but Zach tells me that when he looked back at the building he swore he saw a person on the roof. Rest of the mill is cool, no problems, even lost my virginity on an old couch there. Alright guys, I've wanted to post this for a while but never got around to writing it. I grew up on a fair bit of land in the floodplain. Dad owns an excavating company and uses old farm as a base of operations. One day during the summer, when I was 14, we were working setting fence posts on a hill called a critter pad, used for keeping stuff out of floods. Dad had an old dump truck, a lowboy trailer, and an old construction office trailer with expanded metal over the windows up there, and he wanted a fence for some reason. It was hard work, because the top was covered with a layer of gravel. One of us would dig the post hole and set the post, while the other would work with a pickaxe getting through the gravel layer on the next hole. We finished up pretty early in the afternoon. I played some video, think it may have been MW2, I got Black Ops way later than everyone else. As it got dark, I realized I'd left my sweatshirt up on the pad, about a 30-minute hike from the house. By the time I got up there, it was fully dark out. There was a full moon, but heavy cloud cover so I couldn't see much. Also a fair bit of ground fog visible from top of the pad. I grabbed my sweatshirt from the post I had left it on and decided to take a few minutes and straighten up the tools we'd left out, figured it'd earn me some points with my dad. I was most of the way done when I happened to glance down the side of the pad, about 20 feet below, while the moon was out from the clouds, and saw what I thought was a coyote. They usually tend to avoid anywhere near people, so I assumed this guy hasn't noticed me, and held still so I could see it better without spooking it. At this point, the creature stood on its hind legs, and what I'd assumed was a coyote stood at least 12 feet tall, judging from 4 top strand of wire on fence it was next to, an elevation relative to me. Its body and legs looked like a starved canine, but head was much flatter, but still with a long snout. It stuck its front legs out in front of itself, for balance or whatever, I don't know. I froze for a second, then grabbed the pickaxe from where I had it leaned up against the lowboy and noped the fuck into the old construction trailer, completely ignoring my fear of spiders, and shut the door behind me. I sat there in the dark for over an hour. I was too terrified at first to even check my phone in case the light should draw whatever the thing was. When I finally got together some courage/boredom, I used my phone screen for light, little flip phone so not much, and pulled back the shutters a little to look out the windows. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't out there that I could see. I clutched the pickaxe, ready to strike as I pushed the door open with my foot, expecting it hiding right there. It wasn't, and I made it back to the house in 20 minutes. I thanked God the terrain is all open and flat. If it had been forested, no fucking way would I have gone back in the dark. I told my dad I brought the pickaxe back because I thought the handle was loose, and Mom gave me a scolding for taking so long. Dinner was ready by then, but generally no fucks were given. I assumed I must have seen a coyote and somehow it had gotten out of perspective, but still I felt weird about the whole thing, and never quite felt comfortable going out at night. About 2 years later, I'm 16 and over at my friend's place with Dad and some of his buddies. Friend's grandpa is telling us stories of the old days. Tractors, dragline excavators, and dynamite made repeated features. Gets talking about pulp forest that extends down into valley from slope, bordering some of our land. He goes quiet for a moment, then asks us if we want to hear a scary story. Of course we say yes. Dad and buddies are listening as well. He talked about how he went out hunting ducks on the banks of one of the ponds after a particularly big flood. Goes on for a while, but the part I remember word for word was, and then I smelled something bad, like rotten meat. You know that rotten meat smell? Well, I went and followed it along this path, through all them pulp trees as had come down. Damned if I didn't find the strangest thing I'd ever seen in my life. It looked like a dog, but the size of a big bull. Skinny though, no muscle, and the damned ugliest, most evil looking face I ever seen, like a rot with most of its fur gone. Thing was dead of course, but I still just got out of there fast as my legs could carry me. Didn't want it stuffed, just wanted out of there. Thing was evil. I looked at my dad, he and his buddies were all staring at each other rigid as fuck. Everyone knew what each other had seen at some point or another. One of our neighbors has had disappearing cows, but other than that I've never again seen this creature. From that point on though, Dad always made sure the doors were locked at night, and I put a dresser and bookshelf across my window. An unusual Bigfoot episode occurred near Wantage in rural New Jersey in 1977. On May 12, the Seitz family discovered that several of their pet rabbits had been killed overnight, apparently squeezed to death by something that had clawed at the boards and ripped away a wooden barn door to get at them. The probable culprit showed up again that night and stood, as if showing off, in the brightly lit yard. It was big and hairy, Mrs. Seitz said later. It was brown, it looked like a human with a beard and mustache, it had no neck, it looked like its head was just sitting on its shoulders, it had big red glowing eyes. A snarling dog leaped at it, the creature swatted the dog aside with a careless gesture and sent it flying for 20 feet. On the following night the creature reappeared under the yard lights. Mr. Seitz and 3 companions, waiting with loaded shotguns, fired several times directly at it. The creature growled and made off through an orchard. Seitz was sure he had hit it, but no trace of blood was found in the daylight. Members of the Society for the Investigation of the Unexplained made a thorough search of the area, examining the rabbit corpses and the damaged barn. They also heard a scream coming from the nearby swamp, which they were told was made by the creature, but they did not see the thing itself. Nonetheless, they were convinced of the sincerity of the Seitz family. After the Situ team left, the creature was seen again several times, once by the Seitz children, who spotted it crawling in the grass with an arm outstretched as if it were hurt and appealing for help. You guys want any more? Bigfoots, or other weirdness? The first known encounter of the Michigan dogman occurred in 1887 in Wexford County, when 2 lumberjacks saw a creature which they described as having a man's body and a dog's head. It has also been spotted many times in the Upper Peninsula by locals. In 1938 in Paris, Michigan, Robert Fortney was attacked by 5 wild dogs and said that one of the 5 walked on 2 legs. 8 reports of similar creatures also came from Allegan County in the 1950s, and in Manistee and Cross Village in 1967-9. Basically a Bigfoot-like creature that is skinnier and about 9 foot tall, but the face is different and people have seen it running on all 4s. but it doesn't run like a wolf. But it's still faster than you. It is often reported in national parks. But you have to look into missing persons and police reports since it's like you write a dogman. It does seem to stay to the northern parts of the country. But it is in the Great Lakes and the Rockies. Some OC, maybe the full story may not be, I don't know. Be me. Have large family due to granddad having about 11 other siblings. Granddad is third youngest child, youngest son. Second youngest son is Uncle Cleve. Only seen Cleve at family reunions. Missing pinky and ring finger on his left hand. Never asked granddad or Cleve, too scared because I was a lil chillin' at the time and was too shy to say much. Be me, about a decade later. Teenager now, have grown a pair, so one night while at his house decide to ask granddad how Uncle Cleve lost his fingers. Grandmother has gone to bed, so he sits back in his recliner and begins his tale. Be granddad, 15 years old. Greater than 1949, living on farm in East Tennessee. Most older siblings have moved out by now, just me, brother, and 2 little sisters. Recently coyotes been getting chickens. Pa has me and older brother walking around the property late at night after work is done until about 10 p.m. Carrying a little .22, probably won't do much to a coyote, but Pa will hear the shots. One night after making a few rounds come back to the house. Pa is sitting on the porch, shotgun in lap. Asks where Cleve is. WTF, Cleve is usually back by now. He gets up and we both start walking out towards the barn to check on Cleve. While walking, hear a few gunshots out by the tree line on the other end of the field. Pick up the pace, Pa calls out for Cleve. No response. Arrive to Cleve on the ground crying and clutching his hand. WTF you pansy, did you get scratched or something? Cleve is missing his bottom 2 fingers. Oh shucks negro. Photograph. Says a big fucking coyote came at him. Pa wraps his nubs up in a handkerchief, then tells him to man up and go back to the house so sister can tend to him. Wipe tear from eye because of this display of fatherly love. He turns to me and says to follow him, and we head into the woods to see if we can bag this coyote. Know these woods well, but still can't shake the feeling of being watched. Despite feeling, keep following Pa deeper into the woods. Further in than I've ever been by now. Scanning around the trees when suddenly bump into the back of Pa. WTF man, look up at him. Frozen, staring at something dead ahead. See big dead coyote on a rock. Big fucking thing, as my granddad described it, gnawing at this coyote's neck. A few seconds pass, Pa can't tell if it doesn't notice them or if it's just ignoring him. Raises his shotgun and fires 1 shell from it. Thing doesn't even fucking flinch. Slowly looks up at Pa. Mouth opens. More like its jaw dislocates, hangs down a good 5 inches from its head. Inhales, lets out roar that shakes branches and sends Pa's hat flying off. Pa screams back at it and shoots the other shell straight at its face. Good ol' Pa. Thing lunges forward. Pa grabs me by the back of my shirt and starts booking it back to the farm. Don't look back, can hear it thumping behind us, can feel its breath on the back of my neck. Heart pounding as I can see the light of the house through the trees. Hop over fence, start running through field and turn back head to see if it's still following. Nothing. It disappeared, tell Pa to slow down and look. He takes this moment to reload his shotty as he walks over, scanning the tree line with me. After what seemed like years, start walking back to house. Cleve is in bed, sisters and Ma cleaned up his fingers and are getting doctor from nearby town in the morning. He's pale as a sheet but otherwise okay. Never saw the thing again, but sometimes at night could hear something outside the house walking around, scratching at the walls. Be me again, now scared shitless. BC granddad's house is next to the woods. He smiles and says sleep tight before getting up and going to bed. Realize the old coot was probably fucking with me. Go to kitchen to get some leftover sausage from that morning's breakfast. Swear I see something moving in the trees out the window. Anyways, here's the story. Be me about 8 years ago. In Boy Scouts on a camping trip in a falling rock. Day 1. Get to the campsite with no real incidents. Kind of weirded out the whole time because never saw any wildlife. Troop leader is a grizzled Vietnam vet. He seemed on edge more so than usual. Spend the day setting up camp and fucking about. That night sitting around the fire talking about typical teenager shit. People start to drop out to sleep. Just me, the leader and another kid. Leader and I are talking about hunting. Other kid gets bored and wanders off to his tent. Troop leader is in the middle of a story about his latest hunt. Goes quiet. Asks if anything seems off. The woods are silent. That silence that is so quiet you can almost hear your heartbeat. All of a sudden there's a loud smack and the kid that left screams and runs back to the fire. Says a rock just tore through his tent. You what, mate? We go over and sure enough there's a fucking hole in the tent and a rock is sitting in his tent. Troop leader has the kid tent with me for the night, says we'll move to a different site tomorrow. We go to sleep and the night is uneventful after save for sporadic moments of silence. Day 2. We pack up and head to a different campsite. Troop leader asks if anyone wants to go innawoods and do some wilderness survival. I say sure and so does another kid. We head innawoods and he shows us how to build shelters. I build my shelter and we start a fire. Around 2,200 the leader and kid head to their shelters. I volunteer to watch the fire until it dies down. Sitting there when I get a feeling of dread, like I'm being watched. Start scanning the woods. I see a pair of eyes about 10 feet of the ground. I don't remember there being an embankment there. MFW, I realize there isn't. MFW, this thing unleashes a god-awful howl that actually hurts to hear. I scream bloody murder. Leader comes charging out and grabs me and we nope the fuck back to camp. I refuse to go there anymore, but yeah, not horribly scary and I still go innawoods, but the incident has resulted in my mistrust of the woods. Joe Simonton, a master plumber of Eagle River, Wisconsin, received 4 pancakes from the hands of one of the occupants of a UFO that hovered over his yard. Simonton tells of hearing a sound, on April 18, 1961, like Nabla tires on wet pavement, before seeing a silvery object like 2 wash bowls turned face to face just a few inches off the ground. When he approached, a 6-foot-high hatch opened and he saw 3 men inside. They appeared young and about 5 feet tall with dark hair and hairless dark faces. One of them handed Simonton a silver-colored jug with 2 handles and indicated with a motion that he wanted water. Simonton filled the jug and handed it back. He then saw a man cooking on some kind of flameless stove. Seeing a stack of small, perforated cookie-like objects next to the griddle, Simonton motioned that he wanted one. An occupant picked up 4 of the pancakes and gave them to Simonton. Then the UFO took off at a 45-degree angle, creating a great rush of wind that bowed over the pine trees nearby. Simonton ate one of the cookies. He said later that it tasted like cardboard. He kept the second one and gave the remaining 2 to various UFO investigation committees. The group from the Northwestern University apparently said that the cookie they had checked contained flour, sugar, and grease. From The Humanoids by Charles Bowen. Got a little story to tell. When I went innawoods in the Black Hills. Be me at 22. Decide to drive off into the hills and camp out in the woods in the summer to blow off steam. Bring along my Mk4 Lee Enfield and my grandpa's .38 revolver because mountain lions. Pack a weekend's worth of food and water as well as all the other necessary things, maps, flashlight, ammo, etc. Head out Friday morning. After about 4 hours of driving around, I finally find a relatively good spot near a dead end around a mile or two west of Barrens Road, if you know where I'm talking about. Leave truck locked and hike maybe a kilometer further south. Unpack, pitch tent, play clarinet in the woods like a massive dork, end up doing some light exploring. Notice some tracks, deer, and what looked like coyote prints. Realize night's coming soon and prep accordingly, make fire, etc. At this point the sky is orange and the hills start doing their eerie shit. For people who don't know, there's a reason it's called the Black Hills. Some time passes, mostly spent keeping warm and reading. Put out the fire and I'm about to go to bed when this buck bursts out of the woods seemingly from nowhere into my clearing. The trees are too close for it to get its antlers through, it bashes them against the clearing in deranged desperation. I'm bolted upright with my leash shouldered aiming at it through the tent. It just fucking drops on the spot dead. Nothing touched it at all, just sort of falls limp with a pathetic whimper. I'm thoroughly spooked because I've never seen anything other than a human have a heart attack. Hear what sounds like distant yelping and suddenly a horrible scream, as if something was being eaten alive. Intense spookage.jpg. This isn't common at all and I'm genuinely scared for my safety. Eventually drip to sleep after 3 hours of nothing. Wake up around daybreak. Smell this horribly smell, as in rotting meat. Figure it's the buck and realize I was an idiot for not dragging it out of my camp. Make for the tent exit. Unzip. Its bare skull is at the step with its body parts torn to bits, chunks of meat with tufts of hair scattered about. Its guts line the perimeter to my clearing, its organs neatly in a pile on top of my fireplace. At this point I'm trying not to throw up when I notice probably the most frightening aspect of the entire display. The ground was smooth as a baby's butt. Like evened out, no footprints or anything. Totally flat. Completely overtaken with fear and revolt, I threw up what felt like a week's worth of food and curl up like a baby crying for half the day. Decide to finally just move out and go home. Pack up and start hiking back to my truck when I notice something off in the distance. Another ring of guts in another clearing a ways off from my little path. Look around frantically, noticing more and more. There has never ever been reports of this shit happening here. Decide to camp out in truck day-to-day night to see what happens since I'm more curious than disgusted now. Nightfall, try to keep from dozing. Hearing more yelping in the night, another horrendous scream. Catch some Z's and check out everything Sunday morn. Go back to my former campsite to find it picked clean, with the undisturbed dirt but no buck. Getting chills, I hike uphill a bit. Find nothing, go back to the site. Place reeked of copper. Not believing the whole Skinwalker shit, I investigated but found nothing. Decide I'm done with it all, go back to my truck, take off back home. MFW, the FNW service, told me they found mauled animals around the area I camped at, not eaten, just mauled. MFW, I found a mauled deer in a clearing just west of my house. Pick related, my shits, found a deer yesterday when I went hiking with my nephew. On November 28, 1954, at 2:00 o'clock in the morning, two truck drivers, Gustavo Gonzalez and Jose Ponce, found their vehicle blocked by a shining sphere, about 9 feet in diameter, hovering some 6 feet above the roadway outside Caracas, Venezuela. On investigating, Gonzalez was attacked by a bristly, hairy dwarf with claws and glowing eyes. When he tackled the creature, Gonzalez found it to be very light in weight but remarkably strong, for it threw him a distance of some 15 feet. When Gonzalez stabbed at the dwarf with his knife, the blade glanced off the body as though it was made of steel. A similar creature, emerging from the sphere, blinded Gonzalez with a dazzling light from a small tube. During the scuffle, Ponce watched two other dwarfs emerge from the side of the road, carrying what appeared to be rocks and dirt in their arms. They leaped lightly up into the sphere through an opening in the side. Alarmed, Ponce ran to the local police station close by. He was in the middle of his story when Gonzalez, overcome with exhaustion and fright, arrived. Gonzalez had a long deep red scratch on his side. The two men were sedated and kept under observation for several days. One of the doctors treating them later claimed that he had seen the entire scuffle, exactly as the two men had described it, as he drove by on his way home from a night call. Another from the humanoids. Would you guys be interested in impossible crimes or strange disappearances too? A little background to start. I work as a topographer/tracker for a local group in Colorado and Wyoming. My job consists of surveying areas and mapping out common game trails and popular places for herds to gather for hunting and ecological purposes. When I'm out, I'm mostly on an ATV until I find a game trail, which then I map out on foot. When I'm going long distances, I stop at outposts that have been set up along the trail to refuel and rest for the night, or go to in case of hazardous weather. I've seen some things that have made me question what's out there, such as mutilated deer, bull elks torn in half, holes dug through the fresh body of animals from the inside out. While seeing things like this is unsettling, I usually shrug them off as some kind of nasty parasite or bear attack. The thing that made me wonder whether or not I was up against something much bigger didn't happen till recently while near the Wyoming/Colorado border in between outposts in the first week of December. To start, it was snowing fairly lightly, kinda spitting really. The pines stopped most of the snow falling on me while I was walking back to my ATV. While it was snowing lightly, the layer on the ground was at least a foot deep off trail, making it pretty difficult to move or be quiet while lumbering through it. I got on the ATV and drove about a half-mile up the trail, almost crossing over into Wyoming, when I noticed another trail that looked freshly made. When I got off the ATV, I noticed some small droplets of blood in the snow going down the trail, with what looked like bear prints with something dragging behind it. I grabbed my gun off the rack on the ATV and slung it over my shoulder. The trail looked fresh, but the prints and blood were starting to get covered in a layer of snowfall. Point 2. While walking along the trail, I noticed something kind of weird in the middle of the bear tracks. It looked like a human foot almost, but rather elongated and thin, with only 4 toes on the end. The tracks twisted within the bear prints themselves, almost like the animal's foot spun a bit coming out of the bear track. I continued on while occasionally glancing into the track, and sure enough the prints were still there. When I go to the end in a large clearing, I stopped following the bear tracks. Something about being in this large clearing with an unknown animal was making me uneasy. I mapped it out and placed a red line over it, indicating a high predatory area. On the way back, I noticed something strange about my own boot prints. Now, I'm a pretty big guy, standing at 6'2" with a size 13 boot, but whatever had made the tracks had a footprint significantly larger than my own. But that's not the worst part. Whatever it was, had followed my boot prints back, heading in the same direction I was. Whatever it was, it had snuck behind me and was heading towards my ATV. I shoulder my rifle and put a round in the chamber. I walked back, glancing down every so often to see if the twisted footprints were indeed still in mine. When I got back to my ATV, I noticed that the prints circled my vehicle and stopped behind it and shuffled a bit. I then noticed that my jerrycan was missing, and that thing had left a trail of gasoline down the road from where I came. I hopped on my quad to get going in the opposite direction, hoping to distance myself from whatever stole my fuel. After crossing over into Wyoming, I noticed that everything was rather still. It was still snowing, but the flakes almost seemed to be suspended in the air. Not falling, but not static either. I couldn't hear anything when my ATV was shut off, no animals, no snowfall, not even my own breathing. Almost like something had stopped all sound from existing. I found another game trail, this time a few hundred yards off the trail. I dismounted and walked towards the opening in the trees, with pristine snow covering the rocky terrain around me. All along the trail, I would catch fleeting glimpses of a shadow. Not shadows, no. Just one. Moving along the trail with me. I put it off to lack of sleep making me see things. On my way back, I got a chill up my spine. In my own boot prints were the same tracks I saw at the last trail. The same twisty human-like print, but this time, something was touching the ground in front of them. A swipe here and there, almost like whatever it was tracking me by my scent. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I reached for my sidearm, kicking myself for leaving the rifle on the ATV. I heard a ragged breath from my left. Like if you collapsed a lung on a deer. I drew and fired into the trees, striking an aspen and blowing a hole in its small frame. I saw nothing. No movement, no snowfall, no animal. I started getting the same feeling I was getting from the clearing, and ran back to my quad. Whatever had been following me, beat me there. I followed the tracks around my ATV like last time, and stopped to see what it took next. It took my rifle. My rifle. A large rifle that would require something very large to carry it off in its mouth, or something with hands and the strength to carry it. I looked a little closer at the prints, and found something I had missed every time. Inside the footprints, right where the twist ended, I noticed 4 very long appendages peeking through the twisted snow. It looked like a monkey foot, but longer and more hand-like, but not quiet enough to be human. I mounted and hit the throttle, spinning out a bit until I got traction, and went shooting down the road. I was too low on fuel to go back to a main road where I could get help, and was forced to go to my next outpost. When I arrived, the small cabin/hut-like structure looked so comforting and protective I almost cried. It had fuel for the quad, a safe place for me to sleep, and a radio for help. The sun was setting, and I was firing up the stove after starting the generator when my radio crackled and came to life. I jumped when I heard the static hiss. I ran over to the radio and requested an evac or an extra team for a safe escort. When asked why, I lied and said I was being hunted by a bear and lost my rifle on the trail. The voice on the other end scoffed, "BTU obliged. My team would be there by morning." When I hung up the radio and started to get comfy and safe, I heard a loud thump hit my door. I froze in my bed, not knowing what to do. I finally got up after debating whether or not just hide. I'm no coward, I thought. I grabbed my sidearm and walked towards the door. I peeked out the small window to see if someone or something was out there. All I saw was darkness. Stupidly, I opened the door and shouted, "If you don't leave, I'm going to kill you. You took one of my guns, but I still have the other." No response. I looked at my door to see what hit it, and only saw the remnants of a snowball. A fucking snowball. I waited to see if I could see any movement, when another snowball came flying out of the darkness to my left and hit my shoulder. "You better run, or I'm going to fucking kill you," I yelled, as I slammed the door shut and ran out to confront whatever threw the snowball. I ran towards where the ball came from, watching for prints or signs of movement. I saw something in the darkness that looked like a man had fallen, and was scrambling on the ground to get up, making that raspy breathing noise. I stopped and aimed, but saw that whatever was in front of me had continued to run on all fours at an alarming speed. Faster than I could run. I froze when I saw the black silhouette dart off into the darkness, not sure what to do. After listening and hearing nothing, no breathing, no running, I headed back to my hut. Once I got to the clearing my hut was in, I stopped. Relieved I had made it out of the woods alive. I took a deep breath and calmed myself down, and started walking towards my cabin, illuminated by the lone porch light on the deck. I looked down, trying to follow my tracks back to conserve energy, and nearly vomited. The twisted footprints were in my tracks, heading towards the cabin. I saw the trail heading back towards my cabin, each twisted footprint slamming down into my own until it got to my porch. Amidst all the snow dragged on by the thing, was my rifle and jerry can, placed neatly on the porch, leaning against the wall. The door was ask and jarred open a bit. I could have sworn I saw the leg of the thing dart in as soon as I looked at it. I wish I could say I bursted in there and shot the thing dead, but I was too frozen with fear to do anything but stand there. I wish I could say I was brave and fought the good fight, but I didn't. I crumpled onto the ground, cradling my knees until sunup. I had spent 6 hours in the darkness, waiting for whatever that thing was to come out and finish me. But it never happened. My crew found me covered in snow with my gun drawn and pointed at my cabin. They questioned me and searched the cabin. All of my food was eaten, my bed was torn up and made into a makeshift nest thing like a dog would sleep in, and the radio was destroyed, but no sign of whatever was hunting me. At one time Haw Branch Plantation, not far from the small town of Amelia, Virginia, spread over more than 15,000 acres, and the manor house, with its tall chimneys, dry moat, and numerous outbuildings, was one of the gems of antebellum architecture. As the years went by, though, the estate was reduced, the house fell into disrepair, and the gardens and rolling lawns became overgrown. Then, in 1964, Carey McConaughey and his wife, Gibson, bought the property. Mrs. McConaughey's grandmother had lived in the house many years before, and Gibson had visited the place when she was a child, but for 50 years no member of her family had occupied it. By August 13, 1965, the house had been restored to the point where the McConaughey's could move in. After 4 years of hard work, the place regained its old style, and in 1969, an elderly cousin gave Gibson a present, a large portrait of a distant and long-dead relative named Florence Wright. All Gibson's cousin could tell her was that the portrait had been done at a summer home belonging to the Wrights in Duxbury, Massachusetts, and that Florence had died suddenly just before it was finished, when she was still a young woman. He added that the portrait was in pastels and beautifully colored. When the McConaughey's had uncrated the portrait and cleaned the glass, they were astonished to see that the work was in charcoal, instead of the glowing pastels they expected. They saw a composition of blacks, grays, and dirty whites. Despite their disappointment, however, they hung the portrait over the library fireplace. A few days later, when Mrs. McConaughey was in the basement, she heard women's voices coming from the library, and supposing that some friends had arrived unannounced, she called out, "I'm coming right up," and went upstairs. She continued to hear the voices until she was just outside the library door, at which point they stopped. The room was empty. She looked through the rest of the house but could find no one. A few months later, in February 1970, Carey McConaughey was sitting in the library reading a newspaper when he happened to look up at the picture of Florence Wright. If his eyes were not deceiving him, part of the painting, that of a rose standing in a vase on a table near the young woman, was no longer a muddy gray, it was slowly turning pink. He got up to study it more closely. Not only was the rose gaining color, but Florence's formerly charcoal black hair was lightening, her gray skin was taking on the hue of living flesh, and color was creeping into almost every gray and black tone in the picture. In the days following, the colors grew more vivid. From time to time women's voices were heard in the library, but no one was ever seen there. In a few months the portrait was fully transformed, revealing Florence Wright as a blue-eyed, red-haired girl sitting in an upholstered green chair. The vase in the painting turned a pale jade green, and the rose in it a soft pink. Once the portrait's transformation was complete, the McConaughey's no longer heard the sound of women's voices in the library. According to a local clairvoyant, who had heard of the portrait and examined it, Florence's spirit was locked in the picture because she died before it was finished, but she had the power to drain it of all color if she did not like the place where it hung. To restore the color, she had enlisted the help of 2 other spirits, and those were the voices heard. If the spirit of Florence Wright was content at Haw Branch, some other entity seems to have been far from happy there. 3 months after they moved in, on November 23, 1965, the McConaughey's were awakened by a woman's scream. It seemed to come from one of the floors above them, and they rushed upstairs to investigate. Their children were standing at the foot of the stairs to the attic and said that was where the scream had come from. The family's 2 dogs seemed terrified. Nobody investigated the attic until daylight. When they did, they found nothing wrong. 6 months later, to the day, the McConaughey's again heard the blood-curdling scream and again found no source for it. This happened twice more, again at 6-month intervals, on November 23 and May 23. Then the screams were replaced by the apparition of a young woman. She was first seen by Gibson McConaughey in the summer of 1967. I could plainly see the silhouette of a slim girl in a floor-length dress with a full skirt. It was not the wide fullness of a hoop skirt, but one from an earlier period. I could see no features, but she was not transparent, just a white silhouette. I saw her for perhaps 10 seconds. In the next instant she was gone. There was no gradual fading away, she simply disappeared from one instant to the next. Several nights later, one of the McConaughey's daughters was kept awake by the barking of the family dog on the porch, and so she let it in. The animal instantly ran past her toward the drawing room. When I looked into the drawing room, the girl said, Blackie was sitting there wagging her tail and looking up at a lady in white who was standing in front of the fireplace. Before I could say anything, the lady disappeared right in front of my eyes. When the McConaughey's discussed the lady in white with other members of the family, they discovered she was no newcomer to Haw Branch. Harriet Mason, their great-grandmother, had spoken of seeing her and told how the apparition had once touched her, awakening her from a deep sleep. When November 23 came again, the McConaughey's prepared for the anticipated screams, sitting up from midnight to dawn with flashlights and a tape recorder. They heard nothing. On May 23, 1968, they again sat up all night. This time they heard heavy footsteps crossing the yard, and Mr. and Mrs. McConaughey went quietly out onto the porch to look around. There was nothing to see, but they heard heavy, running footsteps, and then, a few seconds later, a call from behind the barn. Next morning, Mrs. McConaughey said, "Our son and daughter reported that they saw a giant bird standing in the yard in the moonlight under their windows. It was standing there with its wings spread out, appearing to have a wingspan of over 6 feet. The bird itself was never seen again, but the unearthly screech was heard on the 23rd of May and November several times more. The woman's scream was never heard again, nor was she seen. But other curious things occurred in and around the old house. Sometimes, for example, the scent of roses or oranges would pervade the rooms, though there were no roses or oranges anywhere in the house. There were also inexplicable noises, sometimes the heavy thud of something falling into the moat and the sound of cowbells circling the house at night. No source was ever discovered for these sounds. Another time, what seemed to be a man with a kerosene lantern came out of the barn and approached the house. As he went by the porch, the McConaughey's saw the light bobbing and swaying in the air, but no one carrying it. No ancient, sinister, or tragic source has so far been discovered for the Haw Branch hauntings. From Haunted Houses by Richard Weiner. Dawson Forest fella here. Story I didn't share in the original thread from a few months ago that my friend told me about. We made camp about a half-mile north of the hole into the tunnel, probably should have gone farther, but we didn't think anything would happen. Keep in mind I was asleep during this is just what he told me. Be my friend. Everyone falls asleep around 10, but I can't sleep. Start to doze an hour or so later, didn't have watch or phone so don't know time. Start hearing noises as I fall asleep. Leaves rustling mostly, so just think it's a bird or something. Sticks start breaking. Okay, maybe it's a deer and it'll go away, I'll just keep trying to sleep. Doesn't stop. Sounds like it's moving back and forth to the west of our camp like 50 yards away. Wake up who's in the hammock above me writing this, not thread up. Tell him there is something moving near camp. He asks me if I want him to stay up with me. I say yeah, come down here. He fucking falls asleep, I remember him saying no lol. Grab his AK from the tree next to me and sit in silence for God knows how long. Start hearing this weird mix of a howl and screech in the direction of the noises. Wake up Pop again. He tells me it's a fucking owl. I know what owls sound like and that isn't an owl. Sound persists for a while in conjunction with twigs snapping around the camp. Switch safety off and rack the bolt. Sit there in my hammock staring into darkness for the rest of the night. Eventually the screeching stops. As twilight breaks, the sounds of twigs breaking just abruptly stops. Everyone wakes up and I tell them what happened. They tell me it was just some critters and an owl/coyote. I knew we should have filled the hole to that tunnel. A particularly bizarre case of death by burning was that of 46-year-old Glenn B. Denny, owner of a foundry and a resident of Algiers, Louisiana. On September 18, 1952, a neighbor called the fire department when she noticed smoke coming from the apartment above her. When the firemen forced open the door, they found the burning body of a man in the living room. The flames were quickly put out with a blanket. Lt. Louis Waddingney recounted. The man was lying on the floor behind the door and he was a mass of flames. Not another blessed thing in the room was burning. He was dead. I don't know what caused the fire to burn so hot. He could have been saturated with some oil. I did not smell anything, however. In all my experience, I never saw anything to beat this. There was no evidence that Mr. Denny was a smoker, and no matches were found. The windows were all closed. There were no traces of flammable liquids anywhere. But the most startling discovery was that Denny had cut his wrists before he collapsed in flames. Both wrist arteries were severed, and there was a pool of blood and a bloody knife in the kitchen. It was determined that Denny had been depressed and drinking heavily. He had had the shakes when last seen alive. The final verdict stated that Denny had cut his wrists and then set fire to himself to make sure. Both the evidence and logic, however, strongly contradicted such a finding. How could a man rapidly losing blood from 5 deep cuts walk from the kitchen to the living room, drench himself with kerosene that was never detected, from a can that was never found, and then set himself on fire with a non-existent match? From Mysterious Fires and Lights by Vincent Gaddis. What next? Flip-flop zippity-zip, reverse spoopa story, I was the monster. Deputy sheriff working in rural area. We've gotten complaints from a rec center mostly surrounded by woods. Kids skate in the parking lot at night, paint stuff, and leave trash. I go out there and sit in the parking lot in my car to work on reports and stuff. One night I pull my car behind a dumpster where it is pitch dark, gonna be there for a while, have a hefty report to work on. Turn off car, roll down windows, black out lights, only computer is glowing. After a while I hear voices, 4 kids with skateboards in parking lot. I'm about to crank up car to go run them off, but think to myself they'll just be back again as soon as I drive away. Brilliant scheme.jpg. Close my computer screen, no lights at all, stealthy black Crown Vic is stealthy. Pick up my loudspeaker mic, carefully press button. Speaker clicks. They don't seem to notice. Make soft grunting sound. One kid glances around, goes back to talking to buddy. Make another sound, sort of an inhale groan, a little louder. Same kid looks over toward dumpster, not seeing me in stealth mode, taps his buddy on the shoulder. Engage Nazgul shriek. All kids whirl around in sheer panic, running like crazy, tripping over themselves and skateboards. Glorious terror. No more complaints from rec center for almost a month afterward. Shit, might as well toss my story in. Be me. Living in a Asheville. House sitting for mother in Fairview. Her house is in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, halfway up a fucking mountain. Internet spotty, phones shit, even landlines. Have 2 cats in a house. Neighbor 1 has goats and chickens, and a fucking rooster that won't shut up at 6 AM until about 12 PM. Neighbor 2 has old dog. Anyway. About 2 months ago. House sitting. Have sawed off 12 gauge and a new, to me, LC9S. Currently doing a complete cleaning and oiling of LC9S. Have gotten to the point where I can assemble it in about 10 minutes at a calm pace with the booklet in front of me. About 11 PM. Oiling the pistol in the downstairs living room. Hear tap at door. Door wall is a 3-panel glass thing. Middle glass panel is the door. Look up, assuming it's the neighbor who lost a chicken again. Fucking nope.jpg. White skin, long fucking nails, black eyes, sharp teeth, short strands of hair, proportions all wrong for a human. We stare at each other for 5 seconds. It taps again on the window. Nope.jpg. Next thing I know, my LC9S is assembled, there's a round chambered, and the safety's off. Cat that was sleeping on the back of my chair suddenly hisses, launches towards door. The cat's not too bright, but has always been a territorial motherfucker. Once had a standoff with a police shepherd. I duck to avoid having my scalp ripped off by the cat. By the time I look up, the thing's gone. Sit there with pistol trained at door for what feels like an eternity. I holster the pistol, grab the sawn off, and load 00 plated buckshot. Have flashlight, bubba rig that to the shotgun barrel. Tactically exit house, hearts pounding like a fucking jackhammer. The instant I open the door, the smell of blood hits me. I gag, and then I hear it. Driveway's stone, not asphalt. Can hear it around the upper part of the driveway. Creep to corner of house, peer around. It's there, at the kitchen window, trying to look inside. Fucking smell. About 20 feet away. 12 gauge 00 buck out of a 18.5 barrel with no choke. 20 in spread at 30 feet, give or take. Brace shotgun, attempt to get good beat on the fucking thing with my heart still going faster than a fucking rabbit. Small corner of brain notices that there's no animal noises that isn't from the thing. No dog, insect, etc. Breathe, squeeze, close eyes at last second cause lol night. Boom. That shotgun's loud. Not as loud as the monster. Fucking roars like a lion challenging a rival. Turns towards me. Nope.jpg. Drop shotgun, pull pistol. Starts loping towards me, arms swinging by its sides. 7+1 rounds of JHP in the gun, 7 rounds of FMJ in the second mag. Run through all 15 rounds. Fucking thing isn't even slowed. Ah hell no.jpg. Grab shotgun, sprint back down the small hill into the lower living room. Slap every single light on the way. Grab shot shell box and 9mm box. Flip couch, move it into the corner. Get behind it, load shotgun, reload pistol and spare mag, and never sleep. Spend rest of the night behind that couch. 11 am rolls around, decide to check out the damage to the property. First stop, outside the downstairs door. Nothing on the stones, but there's something in the small garden plot. A footprint. But not a human footprint. Looked like a cross between an ape and a raptor. Next stop, corner of the house. Found, 1x shot shell, fired. 17x 9mm brass, fired. Okay, cool. Let's walk towards the front door. By some miracle, none of the pellets hit the house. Not found, any blood pools or splotches. Okay, so I must have missed in my panic. Let's check behind the house for the obvious missing bullets. Behind the house is a big old stone wall, no mortar. Total of 3x impact marks. Greater than 3 misses. Out of 17 9mm and however many 00 buck pellets, only 3 confirmed misses. I was operating under the assumption it was one of the moonshiners that live around here and I mistook it for something else. Speaking of which, why the fuck aren't they attacked all the time? Neighbor strolls in around 2 p.m, asks me if I heard anything around 12 last night. Why yeah, it was just a bear who got too nosy. Really? Where's the body? I missed. Anonymous. It wasn't no bear, was it? And it wasn't no human neither, right? How'd you know? Lucky guess. You'll find a package waiting for you before sundown tonight on your doorstep. I suggest you use it. Dragon dildos incoming.jpg. Sundown rolls around. Wooden box on doorstep. Open it up. Strange mixture. White ash mixed with salt. Coat every single bullet I had that night. I had a box of about 300 or so loose 9mm rounds. Slept in my bed for the rest of the week with the shades drawn, doors locked and barricaded, pistol under my pillow, and shotgun next to me. Neighbor never mentions it again to me or mother. I got another story, if anyone wants it. Also, fixed trip cause why not? Have you ever heard of para/k/? I'm a biologist. My job is to study the natural history, ecology, of a few small animals that dwell in the forest floor and some savannas, but that's not important. I'm a military and bushcrafting enthusiast. Far from a touristic place, I've been to secluded parts of the Brazilian Para and I've seen a few things. Here's my story. Greater than 2009. Joint expedition of my city college and Federal University of Para, aim is to collect frogs, snakes, turtles, and shit. Embassy tells us Para was notorious for human trafficking and had an absurd rate of homicides. I applied for a CCW, although in Brazil you can only carry .12, .22, or .380. Bring a Taurus Millennium and backup mag. We land of Belém, team up with other researchers and head for Belterra, to do standard collecting on the Amazon forest. 2 weeks passes, we head for Amapá, on a place of a hard name, IIRC Tucumumaki. I don't feel like writing the rest. Too much backstory for a small event. Either way, we went to Amapá, got close to the Suriname border, and shit starts to go south. 0700 p.m. Dark as fuck, get on our boots and head for a stream to collect frogs. It's a small stream, water is around my waist, nature is simply amazing at that place, we can hear and see several crickets, frogs, and turtles during our stay. Well, when we're coming out of the stream, I found a small bushmaster, and decided to take a few pictures. I'm handling it with a stick, and I see that there's a clearing nearby, so I decide to go there to take a few pictures and whatnot. My fellow researchers follow me. When we get to the clearing, I realize that we're sitting on someone's lawn. I see an abandoned structure. Now, we walk several miles into the border, I'm quite afraid of already being in Suriname and get arrested because of my gun. I take my waterproof boots off, put on my ankle holster with the PT on it, and an all-star on. I place a flashlight to get a better look on the structure, well, it's clearly homemade and fucked up. I knock on what should be a door, but it's actually a thin sheet of metal with a few rocks holding it in place. No response. Our team coordinator goes for his turn, beating on the door, and after almost 10 minutes, it becomes clear to us there was no one in it. We go in. It's covered in fluids, blood, and vomit, probably. Little to no furniture. Coordinator says something along the lines of "Yo mano, this is no good. Tell us to GTFO. Place PT on chest holster, waterproof boots were already drenched in water from walking inside a goddamn river, so I say fuck it and walk on my shoes inside the river. And then I realize, it's fucking dead quiet. No frogs, crickets, what's over? We all stop and turn our flashlights off. Nothing. Coordinator turns his flashlight on and says, Viado, keep going, faggot. It's not really an insult in certain regions of Brazil. We get out of the stream, no events, or anything. Start walking to our car. Get in car. Take off my wet clothes and start driving on a state road, pretty fucked up. Without warning, there's a police car stopped blocking our way out. Promptly a Brazilian policeman with a rifle pointed at the car demands us to get out of the vehicle. We all get out with our hands up. He tells us to get on the ground, spread our legs with the hands behind our head. He starts strip searching us, while another vehicle pulls by and several other policemen get out. He finds my PT Millennium because it was like, in my chest. Starts screaming at me, telling I'll go to jail for illegally carrying. I tell him where my documents are. He gets it, doesn't say anything, then things get strange. There's this black car with PF written in gold letters, where two men in a full MOPP/NBC gear get out. One has a G36C slinged across his back. I can only assume there's some branch of Brazilian police, because we were asked to follow them. We were taken to a police station, interrogated and then released. I still have a lawsuit to get my Millennium back. That's it? No walk the dinosaur, nothing. Pretty strange. Don't know how the two events relate to each other, but I remember thinking this is no good when the man in black with a gas mask, gloves, and boots came out of the car. Be me. Greater than 20 years old, it's 2005, and I work at a restaurant on the outskirts of a small town. It's Saturday night. By the time the kitchen is cleaned and we close up, it's after midnight. I've worked there for a few years and the owners are chill as fuck, don't care what we do as long as the work gets done. By the time we finish, I've smoked a few joints, drank a few double rum and cokes, and snorted some coke with the other kitchen worker, plus have a coke dusted joint rolled for the walk home. I walk home because I'm a poor without a car and there's no public transportation in this town, even though my home is on the exact opposite end of town and the walk is well over an hour. It's a warm summer night and I walk right down the main street of town smoking my joint, both because I'm young and stupid and because the town is so dead at this hour that I'd be lucky if 10 cars went by during the whole walk. About halfway through my walk I'm passing by an intersection where there's a hairware store with a big field and some trees behind it, and a pizza place with some houses behind it. The hardware store has a decent sized parking lot, it's set back from the road maybe 30 feet. Next to the hardware store there are two teens/men, roughly my age. They're white and dressed in the wigger style that was cool at the time, baggy jeans, jerseys, baseball caps. With them are two young children, a boy and a girl. The boy is maybe 8 or 9, the girl is a little older, maybe 10 or 11. They're both in bathing suits. There is a beach across the road from the hardware store and pizza place, but it seems like a weird time for a swim. At this point I'm at the edge of the hardware store's parking lot next to the intersection, stopped in my tracks looking at them because it's a weird thing to see at 1 a.m. They seem to be talking, but I'm far enough away that I can't hear what they're saying. The kids don't seem distressed in any way, but I'm still getting weird vibes. After about a minute they seem to become aware of my presence. Wigger 1 and the kids quickly walk back into the field behind the hardware store. Wigger 2 turns and stares directly at me. Doesn't say anything, doesn't do anything, just stands motionless and stares. I stare back at him. After about 30 seconds of this I think fuck this and walk quickly away. I feel weird about the situation, but also rationalize that I might be stoned and paranoid. As I pass the pizza place, I make a quick decision. Pizza place has a payphone next to it. I take the phone and dial 911. As soon as the person answers, I give my location. I quickly describe what I saw. I say that I didn't see anything illegal but that I got a weird vibe from the situation and I think someone should check it out. I hang up the phone when the operator asks for my name, even though I had finished the joint and don't have anything else on me, I don't want to talk to cops. I quickly cut across the street and hide behind some trees near the beach. I can look across the road and see the hardware store. Wigger 2 is also gone by now. Single cop car pulls up to the hardware store after about 5 minutes. He trains his headlights on the field and gets out, takes a quick look around. Another cop shows up after 5 more minutes. They both get their flashlights and walk around the field a bit. At one point they also shine their lights around the beach area, and I lie flat on the ground. I realize that if they find me hiding here I'm going to have some explaining to do, and think I was stupid to hang around. Thankfully they don't actually come over here, and after a few more minutes they get in their cars and leave. I feel relieved that they didn't find me, also feel like I did the right thing, even if they didn't locate the Wiggers and the kids. Start to feel like I probably misinterpreted an innocent situation due to being high. I decide to chill out in the trees for a bit and smoke a few cigarettes, then continue my walk home. I'm finishing my second cig and getting ready to leave. It's been maybe 10 minutes since the cops left. I see a man standing at the side of the hardware store where I saw the Wiggers and the kids. I'm far enough away that I can't really tell what he looks like, but he seems older than the Wiggers, maybe in his 30s or 40s. He's wearing jeans, a buttoned shirt, and fucking sunglasses at night. He seems to be looking in my general direction, but hard to tell because of the distance and the glasses. He calls out softly "Hey you" in kind of a teasing, sing-song voice, and my fucking blood runs cold. I think there's no way he can see me, I'm in darkness behind trees, but somehow he knows I'm here. Only thing I can think of is that he saw the coal of my cigarette before I put it out. Decide to just stay perfectly still until he fucks off. After a few minutes he does, walking back into the field. I'm worried now that he's hiding in the field waiting for me to come out. Decide to wait for a few minutes then leave. Before I can, I hear distant voices in the field. It sounds like several people talking. Something in me snaps, and I bolt out of the trees and run as fast as I can for as long as I can towards home. When I get tired I stop to catch my breath. No one behind me. I listen, no voices, nothing. I'm shaken up but confident that no one is following me. I catch my breath then walk quickly home. That may have been the end of it, and these next two incidents may be completely unrelated, but the timing makes me question it. A few days later I'm home alone watching TV in the middle of the day when the cable suddenly goes out. We call the cable company and they send someone out. Turns out the cable leading into the house had been cut with a knife or shears. Nothing like that had happened before or since. Second thing was a few days after that, someone vandalized the restaurant where I worked. They used a permanent marker to write "Goodbye Yellow Brick Road" on the side of the building. Again, it may have been completely unrelated, but that was the only time during the time I worked there that anything like that happened. And that's it. Nothing weird happened after that. Still think about it from time to time and wonder what the fuck exactly was going on. And no, I'm really not schizoposting, bear with me. Early 2000s. My mom has a psychic friend growing up. She's a woman in her late 80s. She goes to her for advice in regards to a variety of topics, her marriage, parenting, etc. They're very good friends in general. I'm a very small kid at the time and only meet her briefly on and off. She gives my mom a recorded cassette tape of her, the psychic, talking alone into the mic about general topics pertaining to my parents and their marriage. My dad thinks it's retarded. We're listening to her rant in the car over the speakers, and suddenly, 5-year-old autistic me bursts out and says, "Hi, I'm Anon, I like whales." She stops mid-fucking sentence and says, "Oh, ha, he likes whales huh," before returning to her rant as if nothing had happened. Both of my parents' jaws drop. Even though I'm only 5, I understand the gravity of what just took place. We all talk briefly about what just happened in disbelief. They gave me the cassette tape and later in the evening I tried communicating with it again on our stereo, but I had no luck. She had also told my mom, "You're going to be pregnant in exactly 1 week," and it happened. She got pregnant with my younger brother. Now why am I bringing this dumb blog post up, you may ask? It's because my mom had asked her when exactly the world was going to end, and without hesitation she replied, 2024. She died when I was about 6 or 7, from my mom's stories her predictions had never failed to come true. I want to share this info with you guys so you can better prepare. Ever since she had told me that, it's always been in the back of my mind, but now as the events of the world take shape and as we draw ever nearer to that date, I'm increasingly on edge. Does anyone else have experience in dealing with psychics? Gonna share a story of a weird village I used to live in briefly. Would like to hear more real first-hand experiences from small towns. Be me, growing up poor mostly on the coast of SE England. Moved to this village in a harbor/delta area. Typically regarded as a posh area, most people know it for the old village down the end of the peninsula. We live around an area of shitty broken terraces where the peninsula connects to the mainland. Sibling, Kay, and I often walk down along the peninsula, along the shoreline. Really nice mudflats at low tide and little inlets and stuff. Generally don't go to old village as much. Being poor, we don't like being around posh cunts much, but ever since we moved in, Kay has had a complete total aversion to interacting with locals there. I assume Kay has just drawn a line in the sand finally with dealing with posh cunts. They've always resented them, but they insist they're self-aware about this increased aversion but have no idea why. Just feels totally like they shouldn't/can't interact with a stiff upper lip or a BBC News reporter accent specifically in this village. After a few years of walking together and solo, I've chatted to locals a bit more in the pub, cafe, and churchyard whenever I've ended up in Old Village. Not worth it. People have total dead energy and dead lives. I'm quite a humble person who enjoys the simple things, but even then, there's something particularly fucking dead about all the inhabitants of this village. Nothing going on, nothing to say, almost like they don't know how or why they are who or where they are in life. The one joy I get out of talking to posh villagers wherever I go is that they at least tend to have interesting stories and lives, but this place is just dead. Not a pun when I say dead. I'm not about to try and convince you everyone is ghosts. Mind you, all this is totally true, just weird observations that I can't explain. Anyway, so we decide to take a night walk on a full moon one evening, LMAO. Well, call it 0 to 60, because about another 20 minutes after, while walking along the shoreline to Old Village, it gets to 100 and you can barely see 20 feet in front of you across the open field to the left or the mudflats on the right. Walk past a man walking the opposite way along the shingle, maybe mid-50s. No reason to walk on the shore, plenty of paths on land, shoreline take you nowhere. Wide brim hat, suit, we crack some FBI joke after walking past. Look back, fucker is just stopped, watching us fade into the fog. Get to the quay by the Old Village about 30 minutes later, only access up off the shore is a slippery boat launching ramp or whatever. Slightly quicker, less sketchy way up is to just climb this low wall on your left onto the village green. Do that, Kay goes first, immediately freezes, hoisting themselves up. There's 2 people standing there by the quay. Tell Kay it's literally just people, we can just ignore them or say hi, no problem. Just fucking climb up, dude. Soon as I get my head over, see that these 2 people are dressed similarly to the guy on the beach. Just stock still staring out over the water, or rather into a wall of fog. Just then the church bells start bonging out. Greater than 8 bongs. We're stood between the church and the 2 hat men. They look over to the church, stare right at us and don't move a muscle, again like the guy on the beach. Kinda wanted to walk up the path they're on, snap out of it and realize there's nothing to fear. Walk past them, good evening. Nuffin.jpg. Nice chat them made. K chuckles, we keep walking, they keep staring. Start walking through the village to take the inland way home. Once you're out the village, it's just one road through fields and an industrial estate back to our ends. Forgot to mention this village is very ancient, is mentioned by name in the Bayeux Tapestry, in fact one of the first settlements mentioned by name in English written history. Also, in the county of Sussex, the number 8 is linked to a billion superstitions. IIRC the Christian Saxons kept this on from when pagans who worshipped 8 gods lived in the area, something. So yeah, weird guys creeping around in the fog as the church strikes 8. Walking through the village, there is a never-ending stream of weird behavior. Walk past a guy who stood in his front garden, in the gap between the front wall where the gate is, but stood like facing the length of the wall instead of facing out. Like a lost sim or NPC. Pleasantly say hi, again nothing. Another guy we can see through a front window laying on his couch watching TV. There's literally a load of dining chairs stacked up totally blocking the view between him and the TV. That seed oil stare LMAO. Hear a woman muttering hurriedly / sounds unnerved or something, curtains twitching about in her house. Then a yelp. Remember my GF at the time says she babysat for the couple who lived there once, similar freaky dead energy from the kids and parents, house was almost like a dilapidated showroom house. More out of curiosity than concern, drag my sibling to the front porch and front window to see what's happening. Excuse me, are you alright? Yes. Alright, have a good night. Yes. I continue up the road kinda chuckling to myself, this all just seems silly to me at the time. K is visibly irritated and bugging out, starts up about how fucked and eerie this place is. Suddenly another hat man fucking strides past us, then leaves the path up into the industrial estate. At this point I'm over making wise cracks at the locals, that was fucking weird. Get to where the long road starts out the other side of Old Village. We are kind of hesitant to walk up it. Realize we're being dumb, just go for it. Been no cars around all evening, which is quite typical here. Soon as we start up the long road, 3 black sedans drive past slowly, coming out of Old Village. Fog is still thick, so fair enough, still creepy having them drive past slowly. Cannot see in the windows. There's one bench along this road, and we haven't stopped all walk, so we decide to stop and roll a split there. K's nerves have seemed to calm since I confidently led the way up the long road, however the 3 cars coupled with all the dudes in wide brim hats have got me bugging now. K happily starts rolling spliff, enjoying the fresh foggy night and dumb adventure. I can't shake this feeling, am constantly looking around us, over the field ahead, up and down the road, into the trees behind us. The 3 more cars, going both ways, literally all black sedans. Much faster than the first 3. Realize the light from the headlights is not disappearing round the ends of the road, there are cars waiting either end. Tell K this once they finish rolling, they're immediately paranoid again. Decide to go through trees behind us and walk back along the shoreline. I take one look back to the road as we do this, fucking guy in white hat and long coat just standing in the field looking at the foggy moon. Classic moment of me breaking some dead fallen wood under my step, and his gaze snaps towards us. Fuck that, gun it through trees and industrial yard onto shoreline. Never seen anything happen in that yard in what was at the time 4 years living there, other than some logging one time when some trees were diseased. One of the warehouses has all its lights on and its door lifted. A black sedan and a JCB digger outside and what sound like several different sources of low humming coming from within. Didn't get a glimpse inside, just one a GTFO. Get onto shoreline, usually loud with waterfowl in the spring from dusk till nearly midnight. Silence. Fog breaks as we make our way homeward. Full moon beaming down on Old Village. The area is really flat, so once you're a couple miles away, any hedgerow or trees block the view. Can only see the village green, quay, and church from the waterfront up our ends. Swear to God the whole village just steadily becomes more illuminated. Almost like the moonlight increasing. But not just lit from above, like all the buildings we can see are in full studio lighting from all directions. Increases and decreases in the space of a minute. Soon as it's back to normal moonlight, clouds roll over the moon. We're just sat by the waterfront watching it going WTF. Check the time, it's a few minutes past 9. Should have heard the church bells from here, nuffin. Greater than 20 minutes later we're home watching Always Sunny and smoking with the back doors open. Starts raining. Like 3 hours later, same position same thing, typical stoner behavior, realize I've been zoned out for ages just listening to the rain cause of how pounding it is. Next morning, absolutely howling wind and still raining, almost as if something is discouraging anyone from going outside. No one if ever spoke to in Old Village after has any idea what I mean when I bring up that night. Not in an avoidant kind of way, just in that same dead-eyed tone of oh, that's weird isn't it? No, I don't remember that. Some people don't even remember the storm. Here we go. 4 years ago, edgy teen. Visiting grandparents in a tiny Russian town, pretty much your regular Mayak pack. Hot as fuck summer, I'm talking like 37 degrees Celsius. Spend all day inside grandparents' apartment drinking fucking compote. Lurk around the town in the evening and early morning. Befriend 3 local kids, 11, 14, and 15 years old. The town is empty, everyone left for the summer vacation because the heat is dreadful and there's nothing to do in general. My new pals are kind of weird, so poor they can't even leave the town for summer and their families are questionable. I think one of them, the 14-year-old, was actually abused. He wore the same clothing over and over again and smelled kinda bad. He was nice though, so no problem. Our idea of fun was to climb up houses. I don't know how they're called in English, sorry, but in my language we call them panelaki and they look like pig related, and chill on the roofs, fuck around on empty playgrounds, buy shitty sweets and pet local cats. Local cats? If there was one good thing about that shitty town, it's the cats. There were so many just wandering the streets and sitting around. They were really friendly and liked to play with us, the locals liked them as well, and I saw people leaving leftovers on the porch so they could eat them. I once tried to bring home a kitten I found and liked, but my grandma said no and threw my ass out. I cried for 2 hours. Anyways, we fucked around with cats a lot. And soon we found out there was one particular place which the cats seemed to fucking love. It was this weird ass blocky building in the middle of a grass area. There weren't any buildings connecting to it, which was really weird because communist architecture tried to fit as much living space everywhere as possible. Nobody really seemed to go inside or out, but we saw some moms with little kids enter from time to time. Sorry for the delay, my friends randomly decided to visit me. 11-yo friend said her mom took her sister there. It's a public place and there are government organized workshops for poor families inside apparently. Painting and shit like that. She didn't answer when I asked why didn't her mom take her and why did the sister stop going there. Poor girl, what the fuck. Anyway, we decided to investigate why are the cats chilling there and if we could climb up to the roof. The roofs are a whole different topic altogether, the shit we found there, fuck. So we go to the building right. And it's really fucking weird, everyone gets shitty vibes instantly. I know it's pretty much a storytelling cliche by now, but there's just something wrong with it. We couldn't look at it for too long, it was a literal eyesore. The building just didn't make sense up close. The windows were all fucked and weird, they were too small to be actually functional, they looked like those tiny ass things you find in public bathrooms. And there was only one door leading in and it was tiny and old and covered in rust. There weren't any pipes around the building and we couldn't even find an electricity box, every building had them, looked like pig related but bigger, older, and dirtier, which the 15-yo, who is now an electrician curiously, bless his heart, pointed out. What the fuck? Holy shit. We walked around the building, called at the cats, who ignored us. Hurt and spooked. Notice one more weird thing, two huge ass vents in one side on the building, awkwardly positioned on top of each other. The upper vent has a working fan, but the bottom looks old as shit. It's basically a huge hole with a thin piece of metal covering in. Someone says that the cats might be living inside, and I remember that my grandma said that when the colds come, the cats hide in old basements with broken windows and hang out around heating pipes. Okay, makes sense. But it's fucking summer. Decide to investigate anyways. We're actually quite curious because by all logic it should be deadly hot inside since the vent is broken. How could the cats like that, or even survive? Go closer. The hole looks even bigger up close. Spooks intensify. I go in first because I'm the oldest, right? Right. Fuck. The vent is really close to the ground, so the girl, who's getting scared shitless that we're going to be caught and have our ass beat, lifts the metal thing. As she does that, a stale kind of stench hits us along with cold wind and a lot of dust. Yes. Cold wind. The fuck. Drop a good old Slav squat and half crawl, half duck inside. Dark as shit as expected, eyes have really hard time adjusting, can't see for shit. Curse a lot and call for others to join me. The 15-year goes in and says that this feels actually good when compared to the tedious heat outside. Yeah. Suddenly notice that our voices don't have an echo. This basement room isn't empty. What? So the cats are here? Suddenly we feel a movement somewhere in front of us and my friend pulls his keys out of his pocket. He had this keychain thing he got from a box of cereals for free, you know, a shitty toy. It was a small light bulb which glows a little. Wow, Alexej, you're a fucking genius. He turns it on. And we see 100 pair of cat eyes stare right at us. I'm not fucking around, 100. We almost lose our shit even though it was kind of expected, just not so many. Kids from outside start yelling at us. We just stare at those goddamn cats. There's so fucking many and they're everywhere. And they're so fucking silent. I've never seen an animal behave like that. They don't move, they don't hiss, they just silently keep watching. I look around the room because I feel a little breeze and I don't understand where the fuck it's coming from. There's some old ass furniture, all occupied by those goddamn cats, but nothing special, and I don't see a door that would lead inside the basement. Well, maybe it's because the lighting is so shitty. The corners of the room are still dark, so anyway, it's time to GTFO, we could get mauled to death. I go first, we grab the two other kids and leave. A weird sense of uneasy dread. Don't understand why, it's just cats, they're chilling in the cold. But it's just so strange and I feel like I forget something important, like I saw something I don't really understand. Let's not do that again. Suddenly the keychain kid slaps his pockets and screams that he dropped his keys inside. Alexej, you absolute idiot. We go back and I lift the metal thing so he can crawl in. He goes in and as I wait I notice that the metal thing which covers the vent is held by several nails. The nails are clean and brand new, and when I pull the metal thing out of curiosity, it's firmly held in place. Who did that and why? Was it done because of the cats? Obviously it's not helping if there's still shitten of them inside. I look around and I see that the other two friends are playing with the cat that's on the stairs leading to the building. Feel more at ease. Scream at the dude inside to hurry the fuck up, and as soon as I finish the sentence, he crawls out, keys in his hand. His mouth is open and his eyes are unfocused. Without a word he starts running. I let go of the metal thing and join him without any questions. He stumbles on the ground and falls, so I stop and start helping him out. He's okay but breathless. I remember the rest of our gang we left on the stairs. I turn around and I see the cat those two were petting heading for the vent. And when it's right next to it, a fucking hand. A fucking human hand slides from the inside and holds the metal thing I was previously holding. The cat enters the vent and the hand disappears inside, letting the metal piece fall back. Me and Alexej never talked about it, and frankly, I'm glad we didn't. I'll never know what he saw inside, so I can believe that what I saw was just my imagination. This one is a thing that happened to me quite recently. Maybe some of you will think that I'm a delusional autist after this, but it was terrifying to me. That's coming from a fella who convinced himself that the thing with the vent and the hand was just something made up. My friend is visiting me in Prague. Is a nerd, wants to see all the historical buildings, museums, and sites. Let's go waste ourselves instead, you boring dick. No. Damn Austrians are no fun. We go to pic-related, pretty place but absolutely overflowed with tourists. He snaps a few shots, really likes it, we go back and forward a few times. After I get bumped in the shoulder for the 8th time, I decide that it's enough and we start heading home. As we're walking, I suddenly hear a car engine beside us. What the fuck? I lived in this town for my whole life and I never saw a fucking car cross this bridge. It's too old and cars are too heavy, it could fall, only people on foot are allowed. Everyone starts piling up on the sides of the bridge. There's so many people that everyone is pushing onto each other. I'm basically holding a random Asian dude in my arms and a middle-aged woman is holding onto my shoulder for dear life. Why? I curse the stupid fucking driver and I turn my head and watch the car. It's a black car, obviously expensive BMW. Of course it's going to be a rich stupid fuck without any regard for other people. Or maybe a politician, they're basically the same. Fuck you. Stare at the number plate. Not that I was actually going to report the car or anything. Wait. The plate reads B1TCO1N. What? This isn't a government car. I look up, the windows are dark and black as the rest of the car. But I can see a head turning in my direction. Suddenly get even angrier, drop the Asian dude and kick the car with all my might. It fucking stops. The door starts to open. I realize how much I fucked up, I start pushing people away and run as fast as I can. Emile Zola. Friend texts me and calls me a friend. Fair enough, I guess. He wants to go for a beer with another friend who I don't know, so I decide to stay at my apartment alone. No food in the whole house. Go to a shop nearby, buy shit, leave. Walk down the empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams. Good mood, everything is quiet and peaceful, feel kinda happy. Suddenly see a really expensive car standing on the sidewalk. A really expensive car that I don't know. What? Nobody who's living here in this shitty part of town would own this kind of car, and even if they did, they wouldn't fucking leave it on a sidewalk. That's like begging for it to be stolen. But damn is it nice. I go a bit closer, it's a brand new Audi. Walk around it, try to peer in. Windows are darkened but I still can see inside a bit. There's someone there. Feel like an idiot fucking around their car, take a few steps back. Don't know why, but check the number plate as I'm backing off. BITC0 in. Almost die on the spot, run off and don't look back. The friend returned and found me peering out of the window hysterically. I told him the story, he called me a stick but I could tell he was worried too. I hope it was just a weird ass coincidence, but it felt weird, though I never saw any Bitcoin cars again. This one happened when I was at my grandma's again. This happened in the winter, though, and around 6 years ago. My whole family was there too, not just me, and this visit was weird from start to finish. The house my grandparents lived in was absolutely terrible, the floors looked like pig-related. The lights would go out whenever they wanted to, it was cold, rat traps everywhere. My grandma and my mom argued a lot, and whenever they started, me and my younger brother would GTFO outside the apartment. The floors were creepy and all, but we didn't seem to mind, I guess. We played hide and seek and chased each other. Sometimes we would get yelled at, angry neighborhoods, you know it? We played this elevator game we came up with. One of us would ride in the elevator and choose a floor. The other one was supposed to guess which floor was the other one choosing and wait for him at that level. So yeah, we did all of this for a week, and then suddenly the inside of the house started to be even shittier than usual. The lights would go out even more often, the elevator would take longer to show up, the door seemed heavier, and once I almost crushed my arm in between the door frame and the door. There was litter everywhere on the floor too, and the rat traps started to move around. I once mentioned it at the dinner table, but nobody paid attention. Only my aunt looked at me sternly and said that we shouldn't fuck around like that anymore, that the house doesn't like it. She's a Christian and she believes all the Slav legends and stuff, so me and my brother just laughed it off and promised to apologize to the building. Needless to say, we didn't. We kept playing like that for another week when it all went to shit. My brother got stuck inside the elevator during our game. The bell to signal that the elevator broke wasn't working and he started to cry. I told him to calm down and promised to get help. The problem was that I was at the very top floor, or like, the mid-floor, where only the elevator stopped, and our apartment was at the second. I started running down while my brother was crying. Wasn't really paying attention much. My grandparents' door was bright red color while everyone else's was this weird brown, so I didn't bother counting the floors down. Suddenly I realized that I've been running down for way too fucking long. 7 minutes at least. And the door still isn't showing up. What the fuck? Keep running, brother is starting to sound hysterical. Can't fucking reach it no matter how hard I try. Run for what seems another 10 minutes, begin to cry as well. Decide to ask for help somewhere else and begin to pound on neighbor's door that was the closest to me. No answer. Wait, it's not brown. Look up. It's a fucking elevator door. Take a step back and look around. All the apartment doors are fucking elevator doors now. Break down and start crying hysterically. Run down some more, not really hoping for anything, a state of complete panic. Misstep and fall down, everything blacks out, pass out. My mother found me laying in front of our apartment's door unconscious. Brother was still stuck in the elevator, and we had to call someone to get him out. I don't know what the fuck happened, but my brother agreed that I was running around for a ridiculous amount of time. When I asked my aunt for her explanation, she said we angered the domovoi. Right, the roof. Hang out with the kids from the vent story? Decide to climb to the roof of my house, never tried it before because it's too tall. There's a way to go from the inside, there's a ladder leading up, but the entrance to the roof is locked up so shitheads like us can't get in. There's also a way from the window, there's a ladder leading on the roof right next to it, for evacuation purposes maybe, or if the inside one breaks. We poke around the locked thing but eventually find out that we can't open it without fucking it up completely. Gotta go from the outside. Nobody really wants to because if one of us falls, it's 100% death. Decide to do it anyways. Crank the window open, it's hard but we manage to. We're kinda scared that the window closes on us, so we put a large stick in between the window and the window's frame. Try it several times, the window is jammed open. Climb out. Everything goes okay, we're safe, chilling around, talking shit and messing with the antennas. Getting ready to go down when suddenly the 11-year-old girl calls out, "Guys." We turn to her. And she's holding the stick we put in the window in her hands. How? Alexej climbs down quickly and announces that the window is actually fucking closed and we're trapped. How? The girl begins to cry, we don't know what to do, nobody has any idea that we're on the roof. Our families are going to murder us. Me and Alexej climb down together on the ladder and try to kick the window out, but it doesn't work at all. Fuck. Remember the ladder that leads inside the house? Hope. We rush and start looking for the hatch. Looks like pig related but old and ugly, and is locked from inside. Fuck. Decide we're not going down without a fight. All four of us pull the lid up. And it works. Holy shit. Old and rusty lock really breaks. Go down, try to close the hatch behind us as carefully as possible and fuck off quickly. Now that I'm thinking about it, it might have been the work of the domovoi again. Not that it really matters, but this is all true. I have seen the rake twice in my life, once as a young child coming out of my closet, long fingers appearing first. I was so terrified I couldn't even scream. It went somewhere in my room where I couldn't see it and disappeared. I didn't go back to sleep for a long time after that. The second was when I was about 17 to 20 years old, no drug use or anything like that. It was early morning when I woke up to a feeling of tugging on my legs. It was crouched over my feet, my mattress was on the floor, reaching up my body. Once it realized I woke up, it started climbing further over me, but I was able to break through the paralysis and jerked hard and it vanished. I then passed out and woke up a few hours later. The creature I saw was very similar to how people describe and draw the rake. I have never had sleep paralysis or anything like that. The thing for me is figuring out exactly what it is it a psychic manifestation, something like a thought form, or a creature that can appear and disappear at will? It seemed to want me to be afraid, like it needed it for some reason. I came to that conclusion because it woke me up first. Are there any more real occurrences? I'm trying to actually work out what it is. If just mental fuckery, why do we all describe the same creature? When did it really start to appear to people? Creepypastas are just stories as far as I'm concerned, but this story seems to proliferate a bit more than usual, and it's always described the same way. Most illustrations you see are very, very similar. This was 11 years ago, lived in a bad and spooky part of town and had been into all sorts of magic for about 3 years but got into heavier stuff since I moved there. Dream I'm in the occult section of the big bookshop I went to. Pick up a book that has a living cover, literally like in Harry Potter. It's an image of what looks like a genie on a camel. I'm suddenly in the picture. It has switched from being dreamlike to being super real, much more vivid than reality, and I realize I'm not dreaming anymore. It's like the bottom of a well or round tower. The walls are red but worn by centuries of age. There looks like the remains of a spiral staircase that has rotted away. There is a woman in pre-Islamic garb, a veil all covered in jewels and trinkets and things. Her eyes are visible and they are the most burning bright black things I've ever seen. A man sits on a one-humped camel. He has the same burning dark eyes, wears red clothes with a loose turban-like rope. They don't say anything but just stare at me like they're real and I'm a flat image. I wake up and the word Paimon comes into my head. I pick up the Key of Solomon. I hadn't read it at that point but bought everything I could find. It opens to the page with Paimon's seal and it describes him sitting on a dromedary, which I realized is a one-hump camel. He wasn't wearing a crown like in the book and I've often thought I was meant to return his crown. He is said to teach all arts and I'm an artist and have come to think from what other anons have said that the obsessive drive I have to constantly work is inspired by him. Now I've finally figured out how to get his crown back. So, I want to say this now that A, this story isn't really all that scary, I just can't explain it. And B, I am not exactly a great storyteller. B, about 5-6, 20 plus years ago. At grandma's house downstairs watching TV with her. I look into my grandpa's room and see this huge silhouette of a man no more than 6 feet away. The figure was bright red, but was kind of flashing like white noise. Judging by the size of the door, it had to be at least 6 feet 6 inches to 7 tall. It stood there. I for whatever reason stared curiously at it. Finally pointed at it, told my grandma. The figure slowly walks away out of view. Grandma confusingly says she didn't see anything. I get up and look in the room and find nothing. Grandma asks what I saw. I try to describe it but poorly describe white noise as the mighty morphing Power Rangers ring stuff. She assumes I mean I saw a Power Ranger, being a kid when that was a thing. Go upstairs together. As I looked up I saw another one walking across the hall, think it was yellow. Tell her about it, and see now a third one in the living room. Look down the steps and see one for the final time walking down the steps and into the basement. While as a little kid I didn't figure out, I later learned she was terrified. Mom shows up from her work, grandma tells her that I had a fever. Years later my mom admits to me that I wasn't sick, but my grandma thought I was seeing demons or something. I honestly forgot about it until my mom brought it up a few years ago, as a weird childhood story. Can't really say they were ghosts either. My grandparents were the first owners of the home in a lightly developed area maybe 40 years ago. And since I haven't really seen anything like it. Pic related to what I was trying to describe to my grandma, in a very poor fashion. Be in old dorms. Staying the winter vacation. Just me and Lady RA. It's stormy as shit out. Kinda cozy though. Basically chilling in my dorm. Hear loud and fuck bang in building. RA and I run to hall. She asks, was that me? Nope. Happens again. RA runs to my room. I lock door. Banging sound is coming from roof and is heading in our direction now. I hit the lights and we stay quiet for a little. Something is above my room on the roof now. RA and I are on couch now trying to stay quiet as fuck. Kinda pacing, at least that's what it sounds like. RA and I are both properly scared. Lights start to pulsate, getting brighter and off again. RA jumps onto me but I'm scared as fuck, so I'm holding on with dear life. Room starts to rumble a bit. Light bulb explodes. RA screams. Rumbling gets more like a shake. Banging starts to get louder. Real bright light fills the room from outside. It's nighttime now so, and several bangs that kinda sounded like a sound barrier being broken and also like a blowtorch sound, but real loud. Then complete darkness and quiet. Next thing I remember is waking up and RA and I are both holding each other. We both remember everything but really have no idea. Went to an urban school. The dorm I stayed in was converted from a warehouse built circa 1923. During the renovation, a construction worker lost his head working in the elevator shaft. It was a freak accident, as the Carwanti called. You can hear screaming in the halls on floor 7, 8, and 9, but they're not just the screams of a man. People also claim to see a female spirit roaming the halls. The room above my second floor apartment was empty, but for 9 months that it was vacant I could hear people talking and the sound of someone bouncing a ball above my bed. Pennsylvania Paranormal. Share stories, cryptids, places to explore, anything paranormal about good old Pa. Also, true story happened to me last night. Be me. Driving home from work around 11:30 p.m. For being bumfuck nowhere, the place is crawling with cops. Go slow cause I got pulled over last week and don't want that to happen again. There's a turn in the road that ends up going over a bridge, but the whole road up to the turn is a hillside/bank, almost vertical. Windows are open. Turn around bend, and as I turn, right next to window is thing. I couldn't catch what it was, but it was about the size of a young child. Bigger than a coyote though. Thing is hairy and makes a weird clicking sound similar to a squirrel and rustles leaves. Literally right fucking next to my window. I freaked the fuck out and floor it. Speed the whole way home because fuck the police. Not sure what it was. Anyone have any idea? Any creatures rumored to be around here? I'm in Western PA, about half an hour from Pittsburgh. Heavily wooded area. Always weird animals about. Still a bit weirded out as to what it was. Also pic unrelated. Phone is shit and makes me take a pic instead of upload. Alright/x/. First time posting here, but this thread is relevant to my interests. I'll start from about age 14 up until most recently age 28. I'm currently 30. Most of these events took place on my property, was left to me, in the Pocono Mountains. 13 acres, wooded, very old, lived on land, as one old local used to say. I forget how to use trips, but I'll just be Pocono guy if you want to follow. First event I can really recall was my father and I walking in the woods late at night. I was 14 at the time, not afraid of the dark, and we always used to walk the property without flashlights. We start walking down towards the valley of our land, constant downhill, then sudden 75 feet drop into a valley with creek running through. As you walk down this, it gets to be a really engulfing darkness from the tree canopy. As we're walking, I heard rustling about 100 yards higher up the hill. My father stops and looks at me. I nod. Immediately after that there's another rustle, about 100 yards to my right, farther down the hill, almost in the valley. Now we just look at each other. One more rustle, directly behind us. They all stop at the same time. 2 seconds after the rustling stops, we both hear a bloop sound, think water dripping in sink, that completely surrounds us, can't tell where the noise originated. All three rustling continues away from us. We stopped for a moment, looked at each other, and walked back to the house. I will remember that sound and moment till the day I die. Next event I recall is from that same summer, probably 3 weeks later. Forgot all about the bloop. I was up late at night, probably around midnight to 1 a.m. I shut down the Dreamcast, I hear the laughs from here, and get into bed. As I lay there I have my windows open. It was a nice night, and there was no real need to use AC at night up here over 15 years ago. I'm still laying there and I start to hear footsteps coming towards my window, walking through the dense grass that lines the house. The footsteps stop right at my window. I am shitting pickles. Quiet for a moment, felt like eternity, and suddenly there's a series of clicks and beeps from right outside my window. Cue internal screaming. The sounds lasted no more than a few seconds, but it was terrifying. I said nothing, didn't move, no breathing. After the sounds ceased, the footsteps receded. Turned the Dreamcast back on, shut the window. This never happened. I put one of those auto tape recorders on my window every night for the next 2 weeks, never heard anything again. Alright, so this one is a bit weird. Call me crazy, but I give no fucks. I've seen this happen with my own eyes along with my father and his friend. So beginning of summer when I was about 16, my father is stating he keeps seeing these flat black helicopters always traveling to and from the same direction. I'll get to what lies in that direction later. I say, yeah sure dad, blah blah blah, let me know when you see em. Forget about it, but about a week later I hear rotor thump. He comes running in from outside yelling for me, that it's here. I grab my good binocs and go outside. Well, son of a bitch. Look at this flat black helo and use my binocs to look for tail markings. I think they're there, but they're in black too. Can't make out a damn thing. Notice they seem to have fuel pods, or possibly missile pods. Couldn't tell. But they were fucking straight up black helos. The funny thing is these helos were heading towards a place that more than several people have told me there's a secret government bunker built into this mountain. On top of this mountain is a ski resort and the rest of the land is under control of a water authority over 100 miles away. These people told me about riding the trails and getting rolled up on by army guys with guns, in Humvees, and being told to GTFO. I always lent credence to this because there's a high-value army depot not far from the site that takes care of a lot of the East Coast government comms. Anyway, so one day in the summer my father, his friend, and myself are outside. We start to hear the thumps of rotors, but close. Real close. This black helo flies over us about 200 feet off the deck towards the woods behind our house. Turns left to follow the valley in any direction. It's staying nearby, sounds like it's circling, actually looking for something. About 3 minutes pass and suddenly total apocalyptic cacophony of a minigun, shit you not, erupts. Sounds right next door. They had this thing spinning for a solid 30 seconds while strafing a target, Presumably. We were all in utter disbelief. Once the sound stopped, we heard the rotors of the helo heading back towards that supposed base. Believe what you want, I know it happened. Any questions I'll be happy to answer. Forgot to mention, the helo stuff takes place after September 11th, so they very well could have been war games. But damn it, I know a minigun when I hear one. Again, believe what you want. So the helo stuff quieted down after that summer with some sporadic sightings. This next one is just fucking weird though. Me girlfriend, at the time, and I, both 17, were heading back to mine from the mall. On the way down a hill on a back-ass road we both spotted at the same time something on fire coming down at a 45-degree angle directly in front of us. I slammed on the brakes and stuck my head out the window. Now granted fireballs are weird, but what was really weird was I couldn't hear any sort of noise. At all. Nothing. No rumbling, no sonic boom, nothing. We followed it down, no sound of a crash. I quickly drove us to my home, got the local map, and roughly figured out where it may have landed. Turns out it should have landed within a mile of this housing development. We both went there. No smoke, no fire, nothing. As far as the eye could see. Saw some people outside and asked if they had seen anything. No one saw anything. Damn weird. I always thought it could have been a large meteorite breaking up in the atmosphere, but I could see the object, and it seemed low to the ground. If I could see the object from miles away, it surely would have destroyed something. Never heard a damn thing about it. To this day my ex and I can draw the exact same thing we saw. Be young, like 6/7/8. Recently have lost my imaginary friend, still had dreams about my friend at this age. Wake up in the middle of the night. Some guy is talking outside of my second floor window. Claims to be my friend Tyler at first. No, this isn't true because Tyler doesn't sound like an autistic 40-year-old. Then claims to be Jesus, talks about me being the chosen one. Being raised by a chemist and an atheist comic book store owner, I just tip my fucking fedora at this fella. Finally this entity asked to come inside my room. Tired as shit and kinda scared, just say nope. Now after hearing some occult stuff about vampires/demons I've realized I've dodged a fucking bullet a long time ago. Anyone have similar demon evasion stories? Hey/X/, I have a question for you. Is it possible to experience sleep paralysis while still awake? I'm just wondering because something really weird just happened, and I've experienced sleep paralysis before, but this was different, I suppose. Laying next to my cat with the light on, pillow over my head because I'm trying to ignore the light I'm too lazy to turn off. Start to hear voices that sound like my sisters, talking to each other, just assume they're awake now. Can't hear what they're saying at all. Suddenly I can move and I feel a shaking tingle all over my body, and I hear it too. Can barely make out something kind of humanoid in the darkness in my pillow and I feel it holding me down. Try to scream out for help, but I can just hear my voice sounding hoarse and muffled as I continue to lay there, unmoving. Eventually I lose the ability to scream and just lay there, slightly terrified as the figure vanishes, leaving just a vague outline of a human head. I can move again. Lay there in shock, cat still laying next to me, light still on. Realize later I wasn't actually screaming, but rather thinking I was, like mentally screaming. My eyes have been aching since then, don't know why. So I know it's probably sleep paralysis, but I know I was awake when it happened, my body just stopped for a few moments as it happened, and this isn't the first weird thing that happened in my house. I've told a few of my stories in a true story thread a couple of days ago. What do you think happened/X/? Oh, I love sharing stories like these. I'll start with the eyes. I sleep in a large open room, right next to the front door. There's a set of stairs leading to the second story of the house on the right side of the room, with a couch between where I sleep and them. Messing around with a shitty twist on flashlight one night because can't sleep. Shining the weak ass light on walls and ceiling because I'm bored as fuck. Decide to shine it at the top of the stairs for some reason. Heart skips a beat as I see a pair of eyes looking back at me, with a vague silhouette of a human head. Now I tested it later, and neither my cat or dog's eyes were the right size or color to be the source. It was like if humans had evolved eye glow for some reason. Anyways, I stare at it for around 5 seconds or so, before I twist the light off and lay down, trying my best to not look at the stairs or anywhere near it the rest of the night. Never saw it again, or at least so far. No idea what it was. Now for the shadow. Same room, browsing my computer at around 3 in the morning. Can't remember exactly what I was looking at. But anyways, I smelled the unmistakable scent of wood burning, which worried me because I tend to have several candles burning at any given time. Turn to make sure nothing is on fire. Scent vanishes. End up looking right at the stairs. See a figure larger than anyone in the house booking it down the stairs, noiselessly. Vanishes at the bottom. Stare at the stairs for a few moments, shrug, and go back to what I was doing. I have a few more, if you're interested. I don't know, maybe because I believe, or because other people have seen the same, or because I quite like the dark. Honestly, I have no idea, it just happened and then stopped really. Well, here I go. The pale face in the bathroom mirror. Now the room is pretty much just an open space with furniture cutting it up into separate rooms. Right behind where I sleep is a table that's covered in crap, and just next to that is a hall with the washer and dryer and door to the garage. The door to the hallway is gone, I can't remember what happened to it. And at the end of the hall is a bathroom with a mirror right in front of the door. So one night I need to take a piss. And I'm lazy, so I don't turn on the hallway light as I walk down it. Turn on the bathroom light and close the door with my other hand. And right before the door closed, I saw something. It looked like a snow-white face peeking down the hall, like it was either crawling on the walls, or attached to something 7 or 8 feet tall. Blink, must have been the duck decoys on the wall opposite to the hall, do my business. Later, decide to recreate what happened, and I realized 2 things. 1, the decoys weren't the right color at all. And 2, they were too far away for me to see them in the edge of the hall. Again, no idea what it was, but I never saw it again, yet at least. And that wasn't the first time I saw something around there. Again, going to bathroom in the dead of night. Some people watching TV in the room over. As I turn down the hall, a shadow rushes past me, very clearly. Looked about the height of a big dog or hunched over person. Ask if anyone else saw that. They didn't because they were watching TV. Turn on the lights and go to the bathroom. Not to mention the bathroom itself used to have a hole in the ceiling. You could see the pipes through it, and I hated using it when you could. I always expected to see something looking back. Have a few of more if you still want to hear. Yes, my older brother and mother have seen and heard things, and know that house doesn't look that old at all. Now this story only got creepy later on, and it's because of my brother. See, we used to share a room with each other when we were kids. 2 beds on opposite sides of the room, so we could easily see each other. And as a little anon, I was terrified of the dark, so I often saw things crawling on the walls. Which were of course the spawn of an overactive and scared imagination. But one stood out in my mind. See, the only one I saw more than once was this little withered old man, covered in scars with skin that looked dried, almost mummified, almost looked like a goblin in some ways, and this man would crawl on my walls like a spider. Eventually I stopped seeing it and the other things. Now me and my brother were hanging out one day, and our conversation turned towards the supernatural. What we saw, what we heard from others, etc. And he told me, how when we were young and shared a room, he heard a ragged and hoarse breathing from my side of the room. And he turned and saw, from this board pinned just above my bed, a little, old withered man, covered in scars and looking dead, slowly crawling out from behind it. He looked away from it and nothing came from it. Now, I had never told anyone about what I saw, because I knew they were just night terrors, and yet my brother had just told me about a figure that was identical to the one I saw so long ago. And I told him this. And we both freaked out for a while. And then not long after, the eyes and the shadow happened. Writing up another story, since I ended up having to rewrite this one after my computer decided to send me back a page on random. Now this story is from my mother, from before I was born. She had just moved in with my father, and was sharing the bed with him. And she couldn't sleep, since she wasn't used to having a room so big, and because, well, she had just moved in. And as she laid there, worried, she saw a white figure walk across the room. A woman, to be precise. And she is convinced it was her grandmother watching over her. She also heard her voice when she went into a coma for a short time. And besides that, both of them have heard in the past, my and my younger siblings calling out for them to help. When we were at school. Or somewhere else. Now I've heard something calling my name, but not in that house. See, my family went on vacation once, to this little mountain town, to spend a few days in a cabin owned by a family friend. Wasn't wild enough for my tastes. I could see houses from the window and the trees weren't thick enough. So needless to say, I spent most of my time inside brooding on this. And one day I woke up late, and the rest of the family, besides my younger sisters, decided they'd go to town to get something to eat. I don't care, I brought a laptop, so I went to playing some video games as my sisters did, whatever, to how to be exact. And then I noticed, after dying like a bitch, that my sisters were gone. I started to feel uneasy, and heard someone call my nickname. Not saying hey Anon, or we're going out Anon. Just, Anon. So I got up, and looked down the stairs, and saw the door open. And then I felt terrified, and I felt like I couldn't stay in the cabin anymore. So I ran out of it, and started pacing down the front of it. I walked up and down the driveway, waiting for someone to get back. And my family was very confused as to why I was standing in the street with no shoes. Turns out my sisters left to visit another cabin without telling me. And when I heard my nickname shouted, they had already gone to the other cabin. Oh, it isn't daily by any means, I've just experienced some shit in my life is all, might be because of my heritage, don't I doubt it heavily. And that wasn't the first time I heard something with no explanation. A girl's voice talked to me once. I was never a social person, I prefer my own company to others most of the time. So as it stood, when I was in high school, waiting to be picked up on a raining day, no one was around me. Most of the other students were rushing to escape the rain or leaving already. But I was pacing between two portable buildings, those little trailer-looking this you sometimes see in schools. Just alone in my thoughts, enjoying the rain as I walked back and forth next to a generator. And then I heard it whispered in my ear, clear as the rain around me. A female voice, saying almost teasingly, I can see you there, you know. Now, I've never been popular with the opposite sex, and I did not know the voice. So I turned and looked, and quickly realized, no one was close enough to whisper in my ear. I was, as per usual, alone, besides some other kids walking a good 20 or so feet away. I shake my head, and walked out from the buildings. Not telling anyone because, well, I was still kind of in a daze about it all. And I've had other weird things happen in that school, but it was all just dreams, since I enjoyed sleeping in class more than doing actual work. But I don't think you want to hear about dreams I've had. Instead, I'll tell about some weird things that have happened in the woods to my grandparents' house. Which would you like me to start with? The time I saw a UFO? Or the time I may have seen Bigfoot or something similar? Alright. My grandparents live in the wooded hills a short drive out of town. Wonderful place, that I would love to live in. Well, a while ago, my dad called me up, saying they needed help moving in a couch. Now I was doing nothing at the time, so I saw no reason to not go and help out. So I hitch a ride with my dad, and drive up there, in the dead of the night. Get up there without a hitch, move in the couch, and start to go back home. And as we get to this corner of this little patch of wood filled with these spindly and at the time leafless trees, looks like a drawing from an emo's notebook, Disug. I see an orange glow off the side of the road. And Dad fucking floors the car all of a sudden. He stops at the corner, and looks around, before turning to me. "Did you see that anon?" I nod. See, I didn't get a good look at it, but my pop saw it better, since he's a very experienced hunter and I am, well, someone who spends most of their time doing nothing. But he did, and he saw that it wasn't just an orange glow. It was eye glow. Standing a good 8 feet in the tree line. From a ditch. Now we didn't see what it belonged to, but we talked about it a bit, and did some searching which led us to believe it was either Bigfoot, or a cougar. I don't know, to be honest, since none of the branches close to the road were big enough for a cougar to rest onto me, but what do I know? I just know it was gone by time we got up to it. Now for the UFO. This happened when I was a little anon. See, my grandparents got a lab and my brother had a really good hunting lab. So we, being rednecks, decided, we need puppies. So we took the old boy to get his dick wet, and of course I decided to come with them since, why not? Now it was past sunset when we were driving, and well, nothing was going on besides our dog getting excited. And then as we went down a road with a field on the side of it, a light rose up from the ground, with the vague shape of a bat shape. And my dad started to speed up, to try and lose it or catch up with it. No sure which, but it kept up with us, flying to the left of our car in the air. We caught glimpses of it through the trees. Until we go onto these hills and it sped off. Faster than anything I have seen before, or since. One moment it was there, and then it was gone. The rest of the trip was normal, besides us talking about it. And the stories I have after that are, less fantastical, either being dreams, sleep paralysis, memories too distant for me to trust, or these I just consider to be me overreacting. Like when I thought I saw something in the trees while watching a herd of goats, but it was probably just a goat that managed to get past the fence and into the woods, even though it was a bit tall for a goat. But honestly, those woods aren't spooky. I've walked through them once with my grandpa when I was young. They look creepy, but I've never seen anything too paranormal in them, and neither has my dad or anyone else. I have a few other stories that are creepy that aren't supernatural or are from people who I don't know or were under the influence of certain products at the time, so they fall into the same category as the above. Hope you enjoyed these stories, Anon. What's up /x/? This is my first time posting here since I don't know what is happening around me. I've been an avid lurker and I have read many stories, true or false. But now something is happening to me and it's freaking me out and I can't explain it. I'll Greentext it. Greater than 21-year-old male. I live alone in a little bit of a secluded part of town. Never had any paranormal experiences or anything, just liked creepypastas a lot. One day I come home from work and a chair had been moved. It was a chair from the kitchen table and it was placed right in front of my back door on the inside of my house. It was placed so precisely that the door could still open with a margin of 1 to 2 millimeters. I checked every single room if anything was stolen or also moved or something. Nothing was stolen and everything else was still in place. No doors forced, windows broken, or any traces of burglary. A week later I come home from work and now all the chairs, 4, are placed exactly opposite from each other in my living room. Immediately checked for signs of burglary again, but nothing. I measured the distance between the chairs and it was exactly 1 plus the chairs were literally perfectly placed opposite from each other, not a to spare. I decided to leave the chairs where they were since they weren't in the way of the TV and couch. Now these chairs have been standing there for 2 weeks and I notice that in the middle a wet spot is forming. The spot is perfectly round and it feels wet to the touch, but I tried drying it off but I remained wet. What the fuck is happening and what am I supposed to do? Charlie Noonan's last interview. Charlie Noonan was an amateur folklorist who traveled throughout the South and Southwestern United States during the early years of the 20th century, collecting tall tales and stories of the supernatural. According to his wife, Ellie, Charlie was told a story one day by an Oklahoma farmer about a strange woman who lived alone on an isolated property in the Panhandle. The farmer claimed the woman was not a woman at all, but something else, something that hid its true nature beneath a headscarf and was never seen without a large dog by its side. Noonan was apparently intrigued enough to try searching for the woman during one of his research road trips. He was never seen again. Ellie Noonan was later contacted by a Tulsa pawnbroker who remembered reading about her husband's disappearance in the papers, after finding his name engraved on a camera sold to him by an itinerant. The pawnbroker returned the camera, and Mrs. Noonan had the film inside developed in the hopes of finding a clue as to his whereabouts. This was the only photo on the roll. Unfortunately, neither the location of the property, nor the name of the farmer who told him the story was recorded in Noonan's notes. Lily Palmer's eyes. Lily Palmer was not quite 4 when she experienced what her doctors would later call an acute onset of sensory hallucinations. This photo, taken by Lily's mother Annette on Halloween night, 1952, purportedly captures the arrival of her disorder. Lily and her Filipino nanny were setting out for a round of trick-or-treating when the child suddenly screamed and began to claw at her eyes. It was some time before she was calm enough to speak, but when asked what she saw, Lily repeatedly spoke about things crawling in her eyes. Several days later, while unsupervised in her bedroom, Lily punctured both of her eyes with one of her mother's knitting needles. After receiving medical treatment, she was evaluated and committed, and remained institutionalized for the rest of her life, first at Bellevue, on the east side of Manhattan, and later at the Rockland Psychiatric Center in Orangeburg, where she remained until she died of heart attack in March of 2001. A call to one of her former caregivers at Rockland confirmed that Lily's episodes were most traumatic on and around Halloween night, but for the majority of her life she could be heard begging and pleading with the staff to help her get these things out of her eyes. Edouard Martel was an unsuccessful French photographer and inventor who traveled throughout the US during the first 2 decades of the 20th century, trying to drum up interest and investors for a device that added timer and automatic exposure features to Kodak's popular line of folding brownie cameras. During his travels he took thousands of automated photos to test and refine his invention. Often he would wake up early, set up a hidden camera in an inconspicuous spot on the streets of whatever city he happened to be in, and then walk to a nearby cafe or bar, so that he could capture candid scenes of daily life to remember his travels by. The best of these photos were selected for Martel's one and only gallery show, in Paris, 1924. Unfortunately, Martel died penniless and unknown in 1955, and it was left to his daughter Jean to sort through the boxes and boxes of photos he left behind, to see what should be kept and what could be discarded. During this process she came across this photo, taken in New Orleans on the morning of October 28, 1919, a few hours before Martel boarded a steamer ship and returned to France. It turns out that Martel hated motion blurs in his photographs, because he thought they would reflect badly on the speed and accuracy of his lens mechanism. This prejudice made him cast aside and overlook what was probably the most important photo he ever took. What makes this photo so special? The night before it was taken, the notorious and still unidentified serial killer known only as the Axeman of New Orleans had committed his last murder, hacking Mike Pepitone to death in his bedroom and then fleeing the scene just as Pepitone's wife was discovering the body. Could this be him returning to his residence? It's impossible to say, but if it is, the image appears to belie the legend, based on the shaky testimony of Pauline and Mary Bruno, and prevailing prejudice of the time, that only a black man was capable of such savagery. Creepypasta from Canada. First post. The story about Jarduk inspired me to share this story with all of you /x/fills. Share you creepy stories from America's hat in this thread. This story is 100% honest and true, though aren't all stories on /x/ claim to be true. Anyway. Be 4 years old, SW on Turrible. Living in an old decommissioned schoolhouse in First Nation territory, in 4-year and Injun Harry. Surrounded by thick wooded area for a few kms, south is a river. A cleared path leads from house to a river, beautiful wild fruit orchards claim the land. Blueberries, strawberries, blackberries on rolling hills near said river. Family goes for a picnic near the river, beautiful summer day. Being bored as hell from the family, adventure time. Walk for about 10 minutes away from pack, exploring small strip of land between river and woods, investigating shit along the way. Get to a point where I can't see or hear them. Humid as fuck, smells like a bum's nutsack. Bright beautiful day covered in thick clouds. Nothing menacing, just sudden overcast. My small feet stop. Total silence. Feeling of eyes on me, search for siblings to see if they're looking for me, used to adventure all the time, no one around. Look into woods, sudden feeling of uneasiness strikes. Nope.png. Turn to walk the rolling hill strip of land back to picnic. The eyes reveal itself. I drop to my knees out of sheer terror. Cat-like creature, size of a small horse, a pale tanned color. Eyes fully black, no room for color. Ears nearly size of its head and round. Tail spun in a heap of itself in mid-air suspension, and very long, with a rat's-like tip. No mouth or whiskers. No lining of a mouth, or of a mouth used to be. Sharp jawline as a feline, does not open. Tears roll down my eyes, cannot talk, struggling to breathe. Creature continues to stare, tail levitating, in complete silence. It begins to circle in its own area, still keeping aware of my every muscle movement. Creature finally walks into woods. My eyes catch the movement in peripheral vision, could not stop staring where I originally spotted it. No voice to summon a scream. Wind picks up, clouds darken. Still frozen in a Medusa stance, only feeling steady stream of tears continue to trickle down my cheeks. Hearing the faint sounds of its large paws breaking deadfall in the woods, in between gusts of wind. It's in the woods, but haven't left. Eyes still on me. Time passes, no idea of gauging how much passed. Finally older siblings come and find me. Everything is blurry after that. Apparently I didn't say anything to anyone for a few days after that. No one in the family likes talking about that day, or the other weird shit that went down in that area. The creature haunts my dreams to this day. A bit of OC for you /x/ might not be too long, but I have plenty more where it comes from. These are all of course true. Let's start. I grew up in England and was quickly moved to the East Coast, New Hampshire to be exact. This is where the focus of this will be taking place. I lived in a large yellow farmhouse built around the 1600s. With it was a dilapidated barn which was graying and falling apart, a small candy/maple syrup house we called the Sugar Shack, and 112 acres of land with bottle dumps. With of course unknown things underneath, all surrounded by this large stone hand-laid wall, which turned into foundations in some areas. My dad, who is the smashingly funny type, and I got along swimmingly. Growing up, me and him would talk about the paranormal and aliens and every which way of that topic, because even then I was very sensitive to what I've come to calling auras. I can see what is around people and what used to be. I sense a lot of things, and I've always grasped some sort of physical control of the world around me, but that's for another time. My interest in the paranormal was large, and my dad often told me stories that would fascinate me and really capture my mind. He told me once a simple story, which would change how me and him saw each other permanently. The story, as I remember it, was that my father was driving his green '67 Chevy pickup up a mountain in Sullivan. He spotted a girl on the side of the road, and back then, as it was common to hitchhike while either down on your luck, or on a trip, he of course pulled over to help her. She got in quickly and he realized she was soaking wet. Anticipating rainfall, he turned on the wipers and started up the hill. She smiled kindly at him, but for the longest time didn't say a word. She would twiddle her thumbs and look longingly at the windows. As they approached the top of the hill, he turned around to ask where she was going, and as if on case she was gone. As a child I was fascinated. I scrunched my nose and took a deep breath of the familiar smell of cigars that surrounded my father. I looked him in the eyes and asked him, "What about the buttons?" My father looked at me and inquired as to what I had meant. "The buttons on that green messenger bag, like the one I have for my books." He looked stunned, as he hadn't told me anything about her. I started to visualize a girl in fall. She had a jean jacket on, long ginger brown hair, and a messenger bag covered in buttons ranging from anti-Vietnam. I had to ask my father what some of them meant, to bands and photos she had made into them herself. "She was so close," I said. My dad asked, "To what?" "She almost got away in time." I wasn't sure what she had been running from, but I could sense fear. I would close my eyes and see myself running over crisp fall leaves. I was running to a gray house, at the top of the hill, but sensing there was something behind me, I turned into the woods. I knew I was following her path. This house seemed safe and familiar. She knew these woods too well. She stumbled, falling quickly, and the vision stopped. All I wanted to do was go to these woods. Everything in my life became a longing to find her, to find something. I felt this connection to her and I couldn't shake it. My father, though he thought it was strange, agreed, and we arranged to go to the mountain where it had happened before. Rather than go at night, I suggested we go during the day, as I had an ulterior motive to speak with the person who owned that house. People don't move very often in such a state where prices were high, and I was confident that someone there knew something. When we arrived, it wasn't fall, but I saw a landmark from my vision, a large, almost arrowhead-shaped rock pointing out from the base of two connected trees. I was urged to go towards it, and as I searched following the familiar path, I realized something. Gaunt had been moved through process of construction, and I got disgruntled at the thought of not finding anything. I decided we should head to the house, as I was still hopeful someone would be there. To our luck, the man who lived there was indeed familiar of a story, which confirmed the tale of my father's in my head and further gave me proof to investigate. We went home, and I felt as though I had been followed. For nights I wondered what to do, as I would lie restlessly awake in bed screaming. I started to sleepwalk, and sometimes I would cry for no reason. I started to sleep in the same bed as my father for comfort, but to no avail. I would lie there and shake. I felt like we needed to go back. We convinced my father's friend to lend us a metal detector, and we returned. Going forward, we searched the turf, digging until we heard that one fateful chirp. We dug, and lo and behold, a small rusted, almost rotted looking piece of tin came out of the ground. It would have meant nothing to me had it not been for the fact that it looked as though it was a button. Sadly, I've just moved, otherwise I would post a picture. Satisfied and sensing a bit of relief, I suggested to my father we go home. Upon my return, I looked up Murders and Jane Does on the Jane Doe network. That was when I found it. They called it the Allenstown Mystery, and the photos were of striking resemblance. I was shocked to see how right I was. She was found in an oil drum full of water, which would explain how soaked she was. The bodies were never claimed. I often feel a presence, a nagging one longing for more. I fear it, as I don't know what to do. I think on what I could do, and as over 15 years have passed since I found out about it, I feel as if there is nothing. We went to visit the grave of Jane Doe in the fall, covered in crisp leaves, and I laid a sun charm on the small grave. Would she have made it had she gotten to the top of the hill? Does she long to see the other side of Sullivan Mountain? I don't know. Me and my father know she tried, and that she still longs to escape a predator that has long since caught her. I have many stories for you /x/ask and you shall receive. I'm an old boomer that has trouble keeping up with meme culture, so when I saw people posting pictures of old creepy abandoned offices, I thought it was something I could get on board with and share my experiences with. However, it's some shitty creepypasta stuff and role play about if you do some ritual you can go to some dimension. Well, I'm here to tell you that there's plenty that goes on in real office buildings after hours that's bizarre and creepy as fuck. I've worked as a third shift maintenance man /janitor /security guard for 18 years. I work for a company that takes general housekeeping contracts out on older or abandoned office buildings, and we keep the lights on and just generally try to keep the place from completely getting overrun with homeless people and graffiti. Overall, it's a really chill job. I spend most nights watching Netflix, taking out some trash, replacing a light bulb or ballast, and telling kids, listen man, y'all can skate here or hang out. Just don't get into trouble, and watch out for cameras. But, in 18 years, I have come across some things that really seemed strange, creeped me out, or flat out bothered me to a point where I refused to go back to a particular building. If y'all want, I can share some of my stories. None of them will be particularly exciting, but they're all true occurrences that I can't completely explain, or that just aren't quite normal. You'll also have to excuse me if I take my time in posting. I'm not in a particular hurry because I've got all night. But if you have any questions or comments, I'm open to that as well. Whenever people ask me whether I get scared at my job, or if I find it creepy, I always share this story with them first. I used to be really hesitant about sharing it because I wasn't sure how people would respond, but over the years I've shared it on 4chan a couple times and various places on the internet. A long time ago, when I first started with the company, one of the first buildings they put me in was an old scheduling building owned by a hospital. Primarily it was used as an archive for medical records and patient/employee schedules, and it was one of the most repressive and depressing buildings I have ever seen. There were no decorations or wall fixtures in the building, only miles of desks and filing cabinets. The very first week that I worked there, a doctor committed suicide on the roof, and everyone there acted like it was just another day at the office. They told me that a couple years before that, one of the higher-ups apparently killed his wife on a boat then fled the country. There were all kinds of stories like this, but you can never be quite sure in the workplace how much of it's true and how much is exaggerated. So, I worked in this place for a couple years, and the whole time I'm there, I kept having these bizarre feelings. I would constantly get this image in my mind that I was being watched, like there was an old woman with long black hair staring at me from around the corner. I would always look and feel foolish, but the feeling still loomed. Sometimes I would be walking towards a window at night, and my obscured reflection would look like I was being followed, but it was a trick of the light. Despite all this, I never thought anything was too off. I just thought it was spooky and I kept it to myself, never mentioning it to anyone else, until one time I went on vacation. When I came back, my coworker who I was trading shifts with claimed that he kept having feelings like he was being watched by an old lady or something. And he wasn't the only one to make that sort of claim in private. Another coworker, years later, mentioned to me that he hated working at that building. When I asked him why, he leaned in and quietly told me, "When I was in the bathroom, I thought I saw a woman that looked like the Wicked Witch out of the corner of my eye." So after all this, it's one of the only buildings where I flat out will say no to. I don't work there anymore. The thing is, I don't even believe in ghosts. I'm not sure what exactly is going on with that place, but it definitely has something in particular that's oppressive that buries that image of an old woman with black hair into people's minds. There was another occasion where I was making rounds in an annex of a building. Everything was just like a normal night, when suddenly I heard footsteps on the other side of a row of cubicles. I was supposed to be the only one in that building, and it had been locked down hours ago. So I called out, "Hello." Whoever it was suddenly burst into a sprint and I could hear them breathing. That not being the normal reaction, I decided to follow, but they were really fast, and I saw the door of the offices swing open. I ran to the security office and my co-worker and I reviewed the footage, and you can see the door suddenly swing open, but nobody walks through. A few seconds later you see me walk through. His first reaction was, the door must have been cracked a bit, and the AC kicked on. But I know that I heard footsteps before this. I spent the rest of the night reviewing footage and making rounds, but nothing was ever found. Completely unrelated to that was a night where I walked into the back corner of this office where this one guy was working late. He didn't know that I could see him, and when I poked my head around the corner he was deep-throating an entire sleeve of Oreo cookies. I'm not exaggerating when I say, he looked like a snake that had unhinged his jaw and was forcing the entire stack of cookies into his mouth. His eyes were rolled back in his head and teary, and he was jamming them in like some sort of monster. I just looked on in silent terror and quietly stepped away hopefully before he noticed me. This next thing didn't happen to me, but it happened to my co-worker Rob. Rob was put in one of our newer buildings, and none of us really knew the layout yet. It was an old building that used to be used by the local water department, and it had a huge underground portion with lots of pipes and what looked like boilers and tanks. On the second night Rob goes down in the basement and does his rounds. He's checking to see what keys go to what rooms, and he finds out that a lot of them don't have keys at all. So he goes back and gets the master key and comes back down to hear someone has snuck down there in the time he was gone. He forgot to lock the door behind him when he left. He goes back in the back corner of this floor and turns on the light. You know when a light bulb has been off for a long time and you turn it on, they sometimes pop, and go out? Well, Rob said that when he turned the light on, he caught a glimpse of a man standing in the room with a bag over his head, before the light went out. He thought that there was nobody there, that it was just his mind playing tricks on him, but just as he thought that, he heard footsteps running away, and he followed after the man with a flashlight. Rob was a big old boy and couldn't catch up to the guy, who apparently hid behind some pipes and crawled down behind where Rob could see. So Rob called the cops, and by the time they showed up, the guy was gone. They checked all the footage and never saw him leave out of any door or window. Sometimes things get pretty serious, or bizarre with the people we come across. For the most part, it's just local teens walking around after dark. Most of them are just hanging out, smoking weed, or sitting around. No big deal. But on more than one occasion I've had to deal with crazies that can only be explained years upon years of drug use. There's this one guy named Jake that shows up every once in a while, and he insists that gremlins are the source of all the world's troubles. If you talk with him any length of time, he explains that there are metaphysical, invisible creatures that he's dubbed gremlins that lurk in objects and that they're waiting to cause havoc at just the right time. He's dead serious about this, and believes that most paranormal or unexplained phenomenon are these creatures. In his words, God, Satan, Shepakabla, the government? Nah, they're all gremlins. If you pull out your cell phone, he insists that you put it away, that it's filled to the brim with them. One time, at one of our more remote locations that was previously owned by a religious organization, we had a strange occurrence where several people in trucks, both men and women, had an impromptu orgy just outside of camera view. We had seen that there were 4 trucks packed with people and security didn't react at first. And about 15 minutes later, security went down there and they all scrambled and sped off. On the spot where they had parked were over 20 used condoms and wrappers. It had to be someone that knew those hidden cameras were there, and had access to the front gate. But when investigation took place, it was suddenly hidden from all of us and became a classified matter. I'm aware it's a repost, but I couldn't insert the pic otherwise. One of the many true stories I experienced. It's true and I'll never forget it. What makes it special to me is that others have seen it too. Be me 17 or 18. Go on motorcycle trip with friend, you can ride 125 ccm with 16 in my country. Drive around all night. Howdaryu.png. Decide to go to my house and smoke a hookah in the garden. Sit in garden. Absolute silence. No crickets, birds, or other noises, just distant road noises, live in big city at the time. Friend suddenly asks, what the fuck is that? Look up. Holy fucking shit. Relatively big orb hovering in the sky. Fire red, no sound emitting from it. Absolutely silent. Doesn't flash or move. No drones around at the time, 13 or 14 years ago, at least not as popular. Probably one of those flying lanterns with candles in them. Nope. Thing accelerates and flies in patterns, curves, corners, forms that weren't possible if driven by wind. Acts that way short time, too amazed to look at clock, guess a minute or two. Get idea. Run inside, flashlight by the door. Grab flashlight. Friend warns me about it for case of actual paranormal / alien event. Thing is gone anyway. Disappointment. Suddenly appears again from behind some roof. Flashlight in its direction. Thing actually answers. One flash of light, seconds later thing accelerates straight up and disappears in the clouds faster than anything I have seen in the sky, on the ground or at sea. Story doesn't quite end here. Next day, browse internet, as a skeptic rather jokingly enter UFO sightings into browser. Latest entries from my town and 3 neighbor cities. All from last night. Mostly shit conspiracy pages, but a few local forums, and the user forum of our newspaper. I saw it again few years later, nothing physically happened, was just strange as fuck. So my native acquaintance of mine from MN told me some spooky stories on Halloween and one was decent, dunno if they were true but he says they were. Be native friend few years back. Mid-November light snow on the ground. Lives in the Red Lake residential northern Minnesota in a trailer with mom, drunk stepdad, and a few sisters. Fenced in with backyard leading to tree area with a lab and a pit bull. Out of nowhere dogs start going haywire. Anon's playing games in his room. Anon come out here stepdad yells. Goes to living room where drunk stepdad's watching TV on his recliner. Anon go see what's fucking with my muds. Alcoholic stepdad has him go check what's up. Probably just a stray fucking with his dog, most reservations have a stray dog problem hard as fuck. Takes a shitty 20 gauge. Outside dogs are barking and growling at the trees but no dog outside of the fence visible. Calms down dogs but they were still in fight or flight mode. Met. Starts heading back to the trailer. Anon go see what's fucking with our muds same way drunk stepdad set it down to the slur comes from behind him, not from the trailer. Anon come out here again same way. Shouts back that it was nothing before walking in. Stepdad's passed out in recliner. Met, goes to bed. Dogs kept barking till he fell asleep. Wakes up to a livid stepdad. Ranting about his pitbull Slick and how Anon said he checked what they were barking at. Obviously you didn't and gestures to the window facing the backyard. Blood on the snow looking like one of the dogs was dragged to the woods. Lab has a broken leg and a big 3-clawed scratch down its side cut deep. Pitbull nowhere to be found even in the woods outside the house. No tracks but they figure it's a bear or wolves. Gets grounded and the lab was so injured it had to be put down. He has a few more spooky stories those woods but nothing this freaky deaki. They put out bear traps but never got anything. Up here I have another story connected to natives in MN. So backstory: Cheyenne got a long-running beef with the Sioux. I'm 1/4 Sioux, of the Great Plains. Due to wars a long time ago, Sioux were pretty brutal. They were the ones scalping and such, and always portrayed as dicks, like in Dances with Wolves. This happened on a Cheyenne res. Family of 3: a Cheyenne mother, a Sioux stepdad, and the 4-year-old Cheyenne daughter. Stepdad's a outsider who just moved, but at this point nobody really cares about the whole Sioux beefs. Daughter keeps having vivid nightmares and screaming about some old woman with braids. One day mother leaves daughter in the tub while she goes to answer a phone call. Kid's playing with toys and is fine. The door suddenly slams and locks somehow. Child starts screaming like one of her night terrors about the old braided woman. Mother starts slamming on the door to no avail. Child still screaming, and she hears thrashing in the tub. Gets down on her stomach to see through the bottom of the door what's happening. She sees a large pair of feet covered in mud and leaves too big to be her daughter's. Screaming suddenly stops. Stepdad comes and breaks the door, and the child's just sitting in the tub with a blank stare. They travel to the local witch doctor of sorts to see what's up. After a while with the child, he thinks he might know what's going on. Talks about how it seems one of her ancestors' spirits is very angry with one of their decisions. Says the spirit is rambling about Sioux, if that means anything. Stepdad and mother go pale. Take the child back home, and the explainable events continue with a shed catching fire and the child's night terrors. Child keeps getting paler and more silent by the day, going without food and not speaking. Eventually the stepfather decides to move on in hopes this will help the family. Goes back to SE South Dakota after saying his goodbyes. After he leaves, the night terrors stop and the child goes back to her happy self. Alright. Be me. B15. At home playing video with lil bro and cousin. Mom and dad are staying a few nights at the casino. No one else is there but us. About 2 in the morning, we're all up still playing PS3. Out of nowhere we hear 3 loud thumps. Sounding like someone pounding on the wall with a fist. We get up, walk around. Hear a sound coming out of the downstairs bathroom. Go down there. It's pitch black downstairs. Turn on all the lights. Get near the bathroom. Hear water running. Open the door. It's pitch black. The sink in the bathroom is going full blast. Turn on the lights. No one there. Get a chill down my spine. Feel like I'm being watched. We run around the house making sure all the doors were locked. They were. We turn all the lights on. Then we stayed up till sunrise. My parents came back a day later. Told them what happened. They don't believe us. This was one of many spooky things to happen in that house. Haha. My mom, now after I moved out, said she can hear footsteps at night sometimes when they're in bed. She asked me to sage the house a few times. Me and sister home alone with babysitter one day. Our parents were out gathering sage, cedar, and whatnot. Playing with toys. Suddenly we felt scared for no reason. We look in the hallway. Suddenly a man in a trench coat and top hat came rising up through the floor. We froze and just stared. One side of his skin and clothing was black, the other half white. After he disappears, we run downstairs and tell the sitter what we saw. She freaks out and gets us ready to leave the house. On our way out, we saw the same thing at the front door, smiling and waving. Sitter saw it too. It disappeared and she threw us in the car and left the house in a panic. She told my parents what happened. Then my dad and his friends did some native cleansing and whatnot. Never saw it again, or the sitter. She says the house is too creepy for her. There's some other stuff involved with the house, but I could only think of this off the top of my head. Story from the reservation in MN. Be my friend. Be little kid. My friend is outside playing with other kids. They play tag and hide and go seek. They run all around the neighborhood. They get near the edge of the neighborhood. There's a big hill covered in trees and shrubs on the edge of the woods. There's a faint overgrown path in the grass leading up it. The kids head up the trail. They get to the top. There is a clearing between the trees. Looks like an old campground. They look around. There's skeletons of dead deer and other animals everywhere. They hear a faint sound. Sounds like drums in the distance. Like a ceremonial drum our people use. They get a weird feeling. They notice there's things hanging in the trees. Looks like some shit out of the Blair Witch Project, he said, but there was feathers and deer skulls. They hear twigs breaking in the woods. Sounds big. Sounds like it's coming right for them. They run and scream out of there. They run down the hill. Across the street to a friend's house. His little sister is crying because she's so scared. The friend's mom asked what's wrong. They told them what happened. The mom said, "When I was little all the elders would say not to go on that hill. The elders said there was a man living up there. This man was a witch. He practiced bad medicine. He would place curses on people. He even was suspected for multiple murders. At night if you were near the hill, you could hear growls and loud shrieks. Sometimes you could see red eyes looking at you from the woods. Some people report seeing a monster. It looks like a deer at first. Then it stands up on its hind legs. It has the body of a woman. With long black hair. Red eyes. Fangs. And claws. It then growls at you. Then it starts to chase you. They said it sounds like it's right behind you. You could feel its breath on your neck. The people would scream and cry. Eventually they'd not hear it. They'd look back and it would be gone. Eventually the local medicine man investigated the area. He said there is strong evil presence on the hill. He said there's nothing he can do about it. Said the evil has seeped into the earth there. It's part of the ground. It's an unholy sanctuary for bad spirits. He said during the day it loses some power. But at night he said you must never go up there. Especially all by yourself. He said he put tobacco out at the site. He said the only thing he can do is sage our homes. And use tobacco and pray for our health and safety. Anyway, after that it was well known never to go up on that hill. The stupid tribal government built a house with the hill in the backyard. The house was notoriously haunted. People would move out right away. Anyway, eventually the house was abandoned. A spiritual advisor investigated the house. She took pictures everywhere. There was a small crawl space in the basement under the stairs. She took a picture there. In the picture is what appears to be a creature with a small human body. A dog head instead of a human head. And deer horns on top. The picture is floating around the res. Eventually the house burns down. No one knows why. They condemn the site. The hill is still there. I've seen the picture. You can barely see it, it's so transparent. But you can see it. It sends shivers down your spine. I'll look for the photo and upload it for you guys. Another story from the res. Be me. B16. Be at cousin's house. It's a 2-bedroom cabin on the lake in the middle of nowhere. It's the middle of summer. A rainy and cloudy day. My auntie and her BF leave. They usually go to the bar and are gone all night. It's just me, my older cousin and my younger cousin. Youngest one is like 14. We sit in my cousin's room. We play video games and smoke pot. It starts to get dark. It starts to thunderstorm. The fucking power goes out. We're just sitting in the dark. Go find some flashlights. The storm gets worse. We just sit there forever talking and laughing. Out of boredom we decide to tell scary stories. Spend what seems like forever telling scary stories to each other. Storm dies down. Still no power though. Start to hear noises in the house. Meh, it's an old cabin. Out of nowhere we hear what sounds like a dog growling in the kitchen. We don't own a dog. My cousins start freaking out. My lil cousin starts tearing up. My older cousin stands up. He yells, "Get out of my house. You're not welcome here." We hear a howling wind. Sounds like the wind crashed into the bedroom door. I'm frozen with fear. Me and my lil cousin are huddled together on the bed. The lights turn on. Power is back on. We all walk into the kitchen/living room. Nothing is there. All the doors and windows are locked. Get freaked out. We start blowing up my aunt's cell phone. She doesn't answer. We stay up all night. We keep all the lights on. My older cousin says, "I didn't want to scare you guys earlier, but I've seen a massive shadow at the end of my bed one night." I was frozen with fear. But I started screaming in my head, then eventually out loud. I said, "Get out. Leave me alone." And it did. Next day my auntie comes home. My cousin bitches at her for not answering. Tell her what happened. She believes us. Says, "I'm sorry son. I'll get us some sage today." She didn't have cell service. She really didn't have cell service. No one gets cell service on the res. Anyway, I go back to my cozy safe home that day. My cousin and auntie sage their house down. Our local medicine man tells them to hang cedar above the doors. He'll smoke the pipe later and pray for them. They never had a spooky problem in that house again. They move a couple years later because the cabin is falling apart. I've seen a big shadow a couple years later in my room. Random spooky things keep happening to me every few years. Meh, thus is life. My whole family believes in ghosts and spirits. Be me staying at old grandpa's rural farm near Beresford, South Dakota. Grows corn and has a big old piece of land. Great for pheasant hunting, so we come visit. Small trailer style house, me and young brother. Grams leaves me and brother alone while he goes to the nearest bar at night. He's a drunk, so we know he's going to come back late. Fuck around in the house and watch TV for a few hours. Start hearing cracking like someone's driving their car through the cornfield. The family lab is going ridiculous, howling. Sit at window in fear because no car lights, and it really sounds like something big is smashing through the 6 feet corn. Brother's trying to get a hold of Grams through the local bars since he doesn't have a cell. I'm looking out the window and the sound has stopped. In the moonlight I clearly see 2 all-white figures crawl out of the cornfield. These things looked like fucking Gollum. All white, no clothes, with really long arms on all fours. At this point I got my brother to get me my hunting 12 gauge YAI-2 spooked. They're like sniffing the air or something. I open our front door slowly and instantly they fucking turn and stare with these huge black eyes I'll never forget. Let off a 3.5-inch shell at them and one lets out this inhuman screech. I fired from our doorway to the field at like 30 yards or so. Both run back into the corn crazy fast, making like hyena sounds. About 2 hours later drunk Gramps shows up, drunk as shit. Slurring and damn near incoherent. Ask him about what I just saw and he instantly sobers up. Insists we must be imagining shit and cuts our hunting trip short, sending us back. What did I fucking shoot? I'm on mobile, and forgive the shitty picture, it was also made on mobile and I'm a shitty artist. I want to talk about this but I'm scared someone will think I'm crazy. Just a little backstory first. My dad is not scared of much and doesn't believe in the paranormal. Hell, he stole a light bulb from a cultist's shack one time. This is the only time in my life I've seen him have true fear. When I was about 7, me, my older sister, my mom, and my dad lived in this shitty 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom trailer. My dad wasn't around much as a kid, but he tried his best. Several bad addictions. He always tried to keep me outside of the house. My sister too. Play outside, go down to a creek, under a bridge, go to a cousin's, it didn't matter. He had me and my sister sleep on the floor in his and my mom's bedroom even though we had our own room. I would sit in the dryer and he would freak out for some reason even though I kept on leg out of it to sit in there. It was comfy and I was small. He clearly did not like that house. Asked my sister about it years later and she told me the house was haunted. The dryer had a bad habit of starting itself, lights would burst at random times, just electronics acting up. Only thing I remember spooky happening there was what the pic is about. I went to get a glass of milk before I went to bed. Look at window above sink. That thing is just staring from outside. What made it worse was that window is 10 feet above the ground. Next thing I remember is I'm back in my parents' room. Don't remember walking back. Just suddenly there. Told parents I saw something outside. Dad goes with me to take a look. Only thing in there was the jug of milk on the table. I don't remember getting it out. I must be though, right? I only talk about this because odd stuff had been happening to me in the past 2 years. I'll tell those stories even though I posted some of them here before if anyone wants them. I don't think what happened to me was ghosts though.